What if the monsters lurking in your nightmares aren't just figments of your imagination, but rather seductive harbingers of your deepest desires? The succub and incubus, the demons of dreams, are no mere specters. They are thrill-seeking marauders, prowling the subconscious, twisting fantasies and fears into one intoxicating nightmare cocktail. Think of them as the ultimate party crashers, crashing your dreams with more charisma than your high school prom king and more danger than a double shot of espresso on an empty stomach. You've felt it, haven't you? That electric tingle creeping up your spine when sleep drags you into its velvety embrace. Every flutter of your eyelids, a signal. Every whisper of darkness, an invitation. What if each midnight murmur, each shiver of the sheets, opens a chasm of unquenchable hunger? This isn't just sleep, it's a fevered battleground where desires duel with dread. Those sweet fantasies. They come with chains, and the demons holding the keys are more than ready to barter your sanity for a taste of your soul. Picture this: one moment, you're basking in a sunlit meadow, and the next, you're knee-deep in a swamp of fevered nightmares, where every shadow hides an alluring, wicked smile. The succub slides in, sultry and scandalous, a siren wrapped in the guise of your wildest fantasies. The incubus. He's the dark prince of your most twisted dreams, with a dangerous charm that could make the devil himself blush. They don't just invade your dreams, they own them. And as they entwine themselves in your psyche, you can feel their laughter echoing in the back of your mind, a sinister serenade that lingers long after the dawn breaks. What price do you pay for the pleasure of their company? Sacrifice? Your innocence? Or perhaps your very will? The stakes rise with every stolen breath, every pulsing heartbeat. The more you crave, the more they demand. With every encounter, they sink their claws deeper, carving out a piece of your reality to claim as their own. But beware, the line between ecstasy and agony is razor thin, and once crossed, there's no turning back. You thought nightmares were just products of an overactive imagination. Think again. Welcome to a world where the grotesque waltzes with the sublime, and pleasure becomes pain, pain morphs into pleasure. These demons are not merely fiends. They are architects of ruinous joy, sculptors of chaotic ecstasy that rip through the fabric of your very being. Every whispered temptation pulls you closer to the edge. Will you stand your ground, arm wrestling with the sinister forces of your own desires? Or will you succumb, allowing the succub and incubus to drag you into their wicked waltz of fantasies? No one leaves unscathed. No one comes out unchanged. Will you dare to dream, or will you let the shadows swallow you whole? The night beckons. Are you ready to answer? The moon hung low that night, a ghostly orb spilling silver light over the quiet village, where whispers curled like smoke through darkened alleys. In the shadows, hearts beat with frenetic urgency, and fear coiled tightly around the throat, as if the night itself was alive, breathing down their necks. In the graveyard, a figure loomed, cloaked in darkness, a silhouette against the shimmer of the moon, hungry for warmth, a promise of desire wrapped in the chill of dread. It was Meris, with skin like alabaster, and eyes that flickered with an otherworldly flame, the kind that drew men to ruin. I remember the fluttering heartbeat of that moment, the unmistakable pull of something ancient and primal. Meris had been cast out, exiled from the heavens for daring to love mortals, a sin that reverberated through the cosmos, echoing in the very marrow of her bones. She glimpsed the warmth of a dying ember in the heart of a wounded soul, a man whose life had become a dull, colorless existence. In his mother's eyes, she'd seen the reflection of her own pain, the loss of belonging. But within that ache, desire sparked, a flicker that ignited a torrent. She would claim him, wrap her arms around his dreams, entangle her very essence with his, and in that embrace, she would be free. Across the village, Aldrich paced in a dimly lit tavern, the stench of ale and desperation thick in the air. He was a man forged in sorrow, a soldier haunted by the ghosts of battle, the cries of the fallen echoing in the hollow of his chest. He'd seen too much: blooded fields, dying breath, the raw, visceral grip of death. Yet, even as he sipped his drink, his heart was a battlefield of a different kind, wrestling with loneliness. He remembered the warmth of a woman's touch, the soft curve of her laughter, and it cut deeper than any sword. I remember how the tavern blurred around him, the laughter fading into the background like a forgotten tune. He was alone, choking on the weight of despair. Shadows danced at the edges of his vision, whispering secrets of the night, of Meris, the temptress, a figment of longing and trepidation, a myth wrapped in the fabric of his darkest dreams. Aldrich's breath quickened, a frantic tempo matching the pulse of his heart, each beat a reminder of the vulnerability that lay within. He felt her presence before he saw her, a sudden chill that swept through the room, a draft that stirred the stale air. Meris stepped from the shadows, a vision of haunting beauty, her voice a velvet caress, as she whispered promises that curled around his spine. "I can end your suffering," she breathed, and in that moment, the tavern faded, time suspended, the world narrowing into the space between them. But Aldrich knew better. He saw the glint of danger in her eyes, a predatory hunger masked by allure. "You're a demon," he spat, the words torn from his throat, bitter and sharp. I remember the tension thickening, a crackle in the air, the kind that ignites when two worlds collide. They were both trapped in a tapestry of desire and fear, Meris, straddling the line between love and damnation, and Aldrich, caught between yearning and the remnants of a soldier's resolve. Outside, the village lay still, unaware of the tempest brewing within its heart. The moon watched, an indifferent witness to the ancient dance of seduction and devastation. Aldrich could feel the pull, a gravity that drew him closer to Meris, and yet, he resisted, shackled by the weight of his past. He remembered the faces of men he had failed, of promises broken, and the blood that stained his hands. "Do you fear me?" Meris asked, her voice like silk laced with poison. There was a spark of vulnerability, a flicker of her own soul laid bare beneath the facade of the seductress. She was as much a prisoner as he was, imprisoned by desire and the shadows of her own making. In her heart, she craved connection, yet knew it would lead to destruction, the kind that would not only consume her but swallow him whole. "I fear what you represent," Aldrich whispered, the truth crashing over him like a tidal wave. Her eyes were deep pools of longing and despair, reflecting his own fractured soul. "You're a dream, Meris, but dreams fade, and when they do, they leave only shadows." The air thickened with unspoken words, with promises and regrets, and in that moment, time stretched and spun, a dizzying dance of light and dark. The moonlight spilled over them, illuminating their battle, a struggle not just between life and death, but between craving and consequence. I felt the weight of their struggle resonate in my bones, the tension and electric charge that crackled between them, pulsing with the intensity of their lives entwined. Meris took a step closer, her breath a whisper that curled around Aldrich like tendrils of smoke, intoxicating, suffocating. "What if I told you that in my embrace, you could forget the world? That you could taste eternity, if only for a moment?" There was a sharp intake of breath, a moment suspended in time, as they stood on the precipice. In that heartbeat, the weight of their desires clashed with the chains of their fears, the echo of ancient myths swirling around them, incubi and succubi, born from the depths of human longing and despair, a testament to the darkness that resides within us all. And in the shadows, the clock ticked on, relentless and cruel, the cosmos spinning in indifferent silence. Because, beneath the veneer of seduction, lay the truth. They were both haunted souls, destined to dance forever on the edges of dreams, where pleasure intertwines with pain, and love becomes the very thing that could destroy them. I remember how the darkness enveloped them, swallowing their fears and desires whole, as they stood suspended between choice and consequence, a moment forever etched in the fabric of night. And as the clock chimed, marking the end of the hour, I could feel the air shift, a promise unfulfilled, a wound yet to be opened, and the haunting echo of their connection reverberating through the silent streets, a ghostly reminder that nothing is ever truly free. But this was just the beginning, an eternal loop of longing that would echo through the ages, the story of succubi and incubi, forever caught in the throes of human emotion, the tale of love, loss, and the shadows that dance just beyond the light. There are nights when the world we inhabit feels like a thin veil over a chaos that churns just beneath the surface, when the shadows of old gods whisper secrets that curl your spine and make your skin prickle. I remember one such night, a night soaked in the scent of rain-soaked earth and the aching tension of impending storms. The air was thick with uncertainty, and I stood at the edge of a crumbling town, its ancient stones telling stories that echoed through the ages. In the flickering lamplight, I saw her, a woman with haunted eyes, named Seraphine. Her face was a canvas of fear and longing, and when she spoke, her voice trembled like a dry leaf caught in a powerful gale. "They come for me in dreams," she whispered, as if even the wind might carry her words to malevolent ears. I felt the chill seep into my bones, as she recounted her nights spent wrestling with phantoms that wrapped around her throat like a noose, suffocating her spirit. Each dream was a dark river pulling her deeper into its depths, and she was too terrified to swim back to the surface. Beside her stood Marcus, a man marked by the weight of unspeakable loss. He was a warrior, once proud and fierce, but now he bore the scars of battles lost not only in the physical realm, but also within the realm of his own mind. I could see the shadows of his past flickering behind his eyes, tormented memories that chased him through the dark. "Dreams are the doorways to our fears," he said, his voice a low rumble, as if the very earth beneath our feet could crack open and swallow us whole. "They are calling for blood, for sacrifice." "I felt their hunger," he confessed, and I could feel the air grow heavy with the weight of his anguish. Our surroundings seemed to pulse with the rhythm of their distress, each heartbeat a reminder of the ancient cultures that once revered dreams as sacred. They believed, fervently, that the veil between worlds was thinnest in the dark, that messages flowed from the cosmos through the delicate threads of slumber. Each whisper of the night was a promise or a threat, a prophecy waiting to be fulfilled. Seraphine and Marcus were the unwitting conduits of that belief, caught in a web spun from the fears and hopes of their ancestors. In the stillness of the night, I remembered how the ancients, with their sun-drenched temples and unyielding belief in the unseen, would gather beneath the stars. They'd share stories of dreams that foretold doom or ushered in blessings. The past was alive with echoing prayers, with offerings laid at the feet of idols, beseeching guidance from the divine. And here we were, three souls adrift in a world that had forgotten the power of dreams, yet still felt their pulse throb beneath the skin. Marcus's voice broke through my reverie, and the intensity of his gaze bore into me like a spear. "Dreams are not just reflections of our minds," he said, as if revealing a truth too heavy to bear. "They are messengers, echoes of the past and warnings of the future. In them, the dead speak." I felt the air grow colder, as if the very specters he spoke of were settling around us, their whispers threading through the space, chilling my skin. Seraphine shivered, her arms wrapping around her like a protective cocoon. "I can't escape them. I wake, but they linger," she murmured, each word trembling like a fragile moth caught in the light. "I see my grandmother, her face twisted in agony, beckoning me toward the abyss. She says I must remember." I could see the fear clawing at her heart, her struggle to reconcile the whispers of the dead with the life she fought to hold on to. What was memory, but a ghost haunting the present? What were dreams, if not a tapestry weaving together the threads of our fears and desires, past and future colliding in a blistering embrace? I felt the weight of history pressing down upon us, the burden of forgotten rituals and the cries of those who had come before. The moon hung low in the sky, a silent witness to our plight, and I could almost hear the echoes of ancient cultures vibrating through the air, their collective wisdom intertwining with our souls. "Take me with you," I heard myself say, the words slipping out in a desperation I could hardly comprehend. I wanted to join them in their dreamscapes, to feel the terror of the unknown thrumming through my veins. The air crackled with potential, and I could feel the universe shifting, poised to reveal something profound. Marcus's expression hardened, the light in his eyes dimming as he considered my request. "You might not return," he warned, his voice low, thick with the weight of caution. But I could see the yearning in his heart, the desire to escape the chains that bound him to his nightmares, the hope that sharing the burden might lighten the load. The line between salvation and damnation blurred, and I craved the intoxicating uncertainty that lay just beyond our reach. Seraphine looked between us, her fear morphing into something palpable. "You don't understand," she said, her voice rising. "These dreams, they exact a price. You must offer a piece of yourself." Her eyes glistened with tears, each drop a testament to the price she had already paid. And still, I felt the pull, the urge to step into the dark waters, to confront what lay beneath the surface. I could hear the clock ticking in the distance, a reminder that time was slipping away, and the shadows grew longer. The cosmos loomed above, a sea of stars glimmering with ancient knowledge, and I felt the weight of their gaze upon us, watching, waiting. The tension thickened, coiling around us like a serpent, each breath heavy with unspoken fears. With a sudden rush, I reached out to Seraphine. "If we face this together, we might find what we seek," I urged, my heart pounding. The urgency of the moment crackled in the air. The night held its breath, and the very fabric of reality seemed to shudder, as if the dream world was beckoning, daring us to plunge into its depths. Dreams were calling us, wild and untamed. Ancient voices reverberated through the ages, urging us to listen, to awaken the past and confront our own truths. In that charged moment, we stood on the precipice, teetering between fear and hope, the cosmos above us swirling with the weight of our choices. The storm crackled on the horizon, and the darkness beckoned, a siren song promising revelations that could shatter or save us. The air felt electric, and I knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that we were about to cross a threshold, into a realm where nightmares and dreams intertwined, where the echoes of the ancients were destined to collide with our very souls. And so, with hearts pounding and souls entwined, we took a step into the unknown, knowing that on the other side lay not just dreams, but the very essence of who we were to become. The chill of the abandoned chapel hung thick in the air, wrapping around me like a shroud. Moonlight spilled through shattered stained glass, splintering into ghostly shards that danced upon the stone floor, glistening like 1,000 shattered dreams. I stood there, breath hitching in my throat, raw and terrified, as whispers clawed at the edges of my mind, echoes of the past, voices of the damned. "I can't believe this is where it ends," Mara hissed, her eyes darting to shadows that flickered just out of reach. Her heart pounded in tandem with mine, a frantic drummer in an abyssal symphony. She was a kaleidoscope of contradictions, fiery spirit, yet haunted by her own insecurities, like a candle stubbornly flickering against the encroaching night. "There's something here, I can feel it," she whispered, the tremor in her voice betraying her brave facade. Beside her, Ethan, the skeptic, rubbed the back of his neck, a nervous habit that reminded me of a child trying to shake off a nightmare. He laughed, a hollow sound like dry leaves skittering across a forgotten path. "It's just old stone, Mara. Get a grip." But I could see the way his eyes darted, betraying the confidence he clung to like a lifebuoy in a storm. We were three souls caught in the snares of history, a history soaked in blood and betrayal, where demons were more than mere folklore. They were a palpable force, lurking in the corners of the mind and manifesting in the dread that snaked through our veins. I remember the stories, always the stories, threaded into the fabric of my childhood. Tales my grandmother spun, by the flickering light of a single candle, her voice low and conspiratorial, as if the very walls had ears. She spoke of witches burned alive, their screams swallowed by the night, their souls bartered to the demons waiting in the dark. "Evil wears many masks," she said, sometimes even the face of a friend. We stood there, caught in the web of her warning, the weight of generational fear pressing down upon us. "What if it's true?" I whispered, an unbidden chill creeping up my spine. As if summoned by my words, a gust of wind swept through the chapel, making the shadows dance wildly. I flinched, heart racing, the palpable tension wrapping tighter around us. "Look, I'm not afraid of ghosts," Ethan scoffed, but his bravado felt like a brittle shell, ready to crack. "They are just ancient echoes. This is all nonsense." Yet even as he spoke, his eyes flicked nervously to the corners, where darkness pooled like spilled ink. Mara stepped closer to me, her warmth a fleeting balm against the encroaching fear. "But what if they are not just echoes?" Her voice trembled, and I saw the flicker of doubt that mirrored my own. "What if they are angry? What if they want something?" Her gaze caught the moonlight, fierce yet fragile, one moment a warrior, the next a child lost in the labyrinth of history. I felt the weight of the past crash upon us, a relentless tide threatening to steal our breath. Every pulse of my heart brought forth visions of those who had walked before us, those who had faced the unknown, innocent souls trapped in the unyielding grip of a world that demanded sacrifice. I remembered the pages of dusty tomes, the echoes of trials where fear festered in whispered accusations. They had painted the wicked with a broad brush, and those who fell victim were merely a shade away from damnation. As the air grew thick with tension, Mara's thoughts spiraled into the abyss. What if we're just pawns? What if this was never about us? Her voice shook, resonating with the collective dread we all felt. In that moment, she was more than just a friend. She was a mirror reflecting the darkness within, the fear that gnawed at the edges of our sanity. Then, as if time itself held its breath, the chapel creaked, a sound that resonated deep within my bones. Shadows flickered, stretching and contorting, and for a heartbeat, I thought I saw the silhouette of something, no, someone, lurking just beyond the light. The air curled around us, a malevolent presence, and I felt it seep into my very essence, a whisper in my ear, "You are not alone." Ethan's bravado shattered like glass, and for a moment, he was just a boy, lost and afraid, stripped of the armor he wore against the world. "This isn't funny," he shouted, voice cracking, ricocheting off stone walls, amplifying our fear. His vulnerability struck a chord, reverberating within me, an undeniable truth that we were all haunted by our own demons. I could feel the past clawing at my consciousness, a relentless tide pulling me under. I remembered my grandmother's stories again, the witch hanging from a noose, the flames licking at her heels as she cried for justice. The demons she conjured were not merely fictional, they were the very essence of humanity's darkest fears. What if history doesn't just fade? I murmured, half to myself, half to my friends, the words spilling from my lips like a prayer. What if it remembers us, too? In that moment, the chapel shuddered, and silence fell heavy upon us, a silence so profound it felt like a reckoning. Shadows twisted, whispers turned to cries, and I felt their presence, a cacophony of lost souls, seeking solace in our fear. We stood there, three fragile hearts caught between the weight of history and the haunting of our choices, the past clawing its way back to claim us. And as the clock struck midnight, time unraveled, a moment suspended, teetering on the brink of revelation. I could feel the air crackling with energy, an electric tension that promised chaos, a confrontation with the demons that lay hidden within the recesses of our minds and the annals of history. The whispers grew louder, a chorus of voices rising in a symphony of the damned, filling the air with an unholy fervor. We were not just witnessing history, we were becoming a part of it, a living testament to the relentless cycle of fear, sacrifice, and survival. Each heartbeat matched the rhythm of the past, echoing through time, and I realized then that our stories were entwined, anchored in the ancient dance of humanity's darkest sorrows and deepest fears. And so, we braced ourselves, standing on the precipice of revelation, hearts pounding, as the shadows beckoned us closer, urging us to confront the very essence of what it means to be human. In that moment, we were no longer just friends. We became vessels, carriers of the weight of our ancestors, on the brink of confrontation with the demons that demanded to be remembered. The moon hung low, a silver coin flickering in the black void of night, and somewhere, a heart raced, pulsing like a war drum in a silent forest. I stood there, breath caught like a fish in a net, staring into the darkness that coiled around me. Shadows danced, whispered secrets, and for a moment, I was no longer just a witness. I was part of the tapestry woven from centuries of yearning and dread. "Help me," a voice trembled, barely a whisper, yet heavy enough to drown the world. I turned, eyes straining against the gloom, and saw her, a silhouette on the edge of my vision, flickering like a candle's flame in a gust of wind. She was both beautiful and terrifying, a mirror of desire and despair, just like Lilith, the first woman, cast aside by Adam for her defiance. I could feel the chill creep up my spine as her breath mingled with the night air, heavy with a longing that echoed through time. Her name was Myra, and in her gaze lay a tumultuous sea of sorrow and rebellion. She yearned for connection, yet every touch felt like a betrayal, each moment a reminder of the curses born from an ancestral lineage steeped in shadows. "I remember when the stories of Lilith terrified me," she said, her voice trembling like those shadows. "They called her a demon, a seductress, who fed off the desires of men. But what they never understood was her suffering, cast out for wanting to be seen as equal. You don't live in the twilight without feeling the weight of darkness." The words hung heavy, and I felt the ache in her heart, a hollow echo of my own. Here was a woman trapped in the coils of her own identity, a modern succubus, condemned to walk the fine line between desire and despair. The irony twisted within me, a cruel knot that refused to untangle. I glanced at the clock, the hands moving inexorably forward as if taunting us with the passage of time. Every tick was a reminder of the lives sacrificed to myths, the souls lost in the fabric of history, and the bond that tethered us to an ancient curse. My own heart mirrored the rhythm, a sinister symphony orchestrated by the ghosts of our forebears. In the distance, a figure emerged, a man, arms draped in shadows, eyes flickering like dying embers. He was Sam, a historian with dreams tangled in the webs of the past, desperately trying to understand the present. But he, too, was ensnared in his own labyrinth of desires. A lover, a scholar, a man undone by the very history he sought to unravel. Lilith wasn't just a myth, he breathed, stepping closer, the intensity of his gaze igniting something within the dark. She was a revolution. She refused to be the submissive, defied the expectations placed upon her, he said, his voice raw, filled with a burning passion. Yet, in our pursuit to reclaim her narrative, we've lost the essence of what she represented. The air thickened, charged with the simmering tension between them, a fight for identity, a clash of desires, and the weight of history pressing down like a leaden cloak. Myra felt the pull of the ancients, the shadows that whispered of love turned to lust, pain turned to power. It was intoxicating yet terrifying, a storm brewing on the horizon. "Do you believe I am a monster?" she demanded, the urgency in her voice slicing through the fragile silence. "Am I cursed to replay her story, to become the seductress that traps souls in an eternal dance of anguish?" Her eyes bore into Sam, seeking clarity in the chaos of her existence. "No," he whispered fiercely, stepping closer still, "you are not a monster. You are a warrior. The succubus myth has evolved, just as we have. Today, we are fighters, not just for ourselves, but for those who came before." Those words hung in the air, imbued with a power that made the walls tremble. Yet, beneath the surface of empowerment lay a fear, a visceral dread of embracing a history riddled with betrayal, hurt, and longing. I felt it, too, the tug at my heart that whispered of loves lost and desires unfulfilled, echoing through the very marrow of my bones. Myra took a step back, uncertainty etching lines on her face. "But what if I can never escape her shadow? What if I'm fated to repeat the cycle?" "No," Sam said, a fire igniting behind his eyes. "You have the power to redefine that narrative. To rise above it." As Lilith transformed from a mere whisper of a demon to a symbol of independence, you can reclaim your identity. But the question hung unspoken, a suffocating weight in the air. Could she truly break free from the chains of expectation? Would the world accept her as more than just a reflection of that dark legend? I sensed the pulse of time around us, a heartbeat resonating through the night. The shadows whispered their secrets, teasing the edges of our fears and hopes. We were caught in a web of longing, a desire to be understood, to rewrite the stories that had bound us in silence. The city breathed around us, pulsing with life, yet it felt suffocating, a cage built from the remnants of our ancestors' dreams. I could almost hear their whispers, urging us to confront the demons of the past, to wrestle with the specters that haunted our desires. As the clock chimed the hour, the echo resonated in my soul, a reminder that we were all part of this haunting narrative, looping endlessly through the corridors of history. I felt it in my bones, the weight of all those who had come before us and the burdens they had carried. Myra and Sam stood on the precipice of something vast and terrifying, their hearts intertwining in an echo of a forgotten tale. In that moment, they were no longer just individuals, but the embodiment of a legacy, fighting against the shadows that threatened to devour them whole. And somewhere within me, I felt the stirrings of something profound, a desire to stand beside them, a longing to break free from the chains of the past and dance boldly into the unknown. But the night was far from over, and as the shadows writhed, I knew that our story was far from complete. The echoes of history lingered, waiting for us to confront them, to embrace the darkness and the light that coexisted within our souls. The confrontation loomed, and the tension thickened, a storm brewing, ready to erupt, leaving us breathless in its wake. A cold wind rattled through the cracked window, echoing the sound of a distant scream. The city lay cloaked in darkness, an unyielding shroud of nightfall, where shadows danced and whispered secrets. I stood there, frozen, heart pounding like a war drum, as the air thickened with dread. My breath trembled in the chill, the edges of reality blurring, as if I were suspended between waking and dreaming, caught in the liminal space where nightmares linger. Darren was there, too, pacing like a caged animal, his fists clenched tight. "They're coming for us," he muttered, his voice a low growl. His eyes were wild, haunted by visions of a world collapsing into madness. He was a man teetering on the brink, straddling the line between savior and monster. It was easy to forget that the very darkness we feared had once been a source of warmth for him, a brotherhood of shadows that now threatened to consume him whole. "It's not just the incubus," I whispered, the weight of my words pressing down on us both. "It's what he represents." My chest tightened with the truth, the reality of being pursued not just by a creature of the night, but by our own demons, lurking in the corners of our minds, fears and desires, tangled like roots in a storm. We were entangled in a web spun from longing and regret, fighting against an unseen force, and the more we struggled, the tighter it wrapped around us. My thoughts flickered back to Lila, the girl with the soft laugh that could lift the weight of the world. She had once glimmered like a star, illuminating the darkest corners of our lives. But the moment the incubus appeared, her laughter faded, replaced by a haunting silence, a void that gnawed at my soul. I remembered the night she'd confided in me beneath the old oak tree, the moonlight spilling like silver liquid, illuminating her fears. "What if I'm never enough?" she had asked, vulnerability spilling from her like an open wound. I had wanted to tell her she was more than enough, but how could I? I felt like a hollow shell, an echo of my former self. Now, the memory clawed at me, a relentless specter. Darren's voice broke through my reverie, sharp as glass. "Lila's gone. We can't save her." He was right, I knew it, but it felt like a betrayal to accept it. The incubus fed on our despair, thriving in the shadows of our hearts, growing stronger as we weakened. Each heartbeat pulsed with urgency, a reminder that time was slipping through our fingers like sand. The city outside was a labyrinth of secrets, a world painted in shades of gray and black, where dreams twisted into nightmares. I could almost smell the decay in the air, the rot of ambition, the sweet scent of desire, all becoming toxic under the weight of our grief. Our sanctuary was turning into a prison, each creak of the floorboards a reminder of the incubus lurking just beyond our reach, waiting to strike. "We have to face him," I said, and the words tasted bitter on my tongue. Facing him meant confronting the truth. We can't keep running. The thought sent a chill through me, a shiver of anticipation. The incubus was born from our darkest desires, a manifestation of every fear we dared not face. He was a seducer, drawing us in with promises of passion and power, but once ensnared, the cost was beyond reckoning. Darren's eyes locked onto mine, a mixture of determination and despair swirling within. "And what if we lose?" The question hung between us, heavy with unspoken fears. I could see the memories flickering behind his gaze, the small moments of joy overshadowed by the encroaching darkness. "I remember," I whispered, as if saying it would anchor us to something real, something true. "I remember the way the sun felt on our skin, the sound of laughter echoing in the streets, before everything changed." My heart ached with the weight of nostalgia, a longing for a time before the shadows crept in. I felt the world around us shift, the walls of our reality threatening to crumble beneath the enormity of our grief. "There's always a cost," Darren said, the bitter edge of reality slicing through my reverie. "You can't escape the price of desire." His voice cracked, and I could see the cracks in his facade. The man who had once been so fierce had become a ghost of himself, haunted by the choices we'd made, the paths we'd chosen. The wind howled outside, a siren's call beckoning us to the precipice of despair. I stepped closer to him, feeling the warmth radiating from his body, a fragile flame flickering against the encroaching dark. "But what if we don't choose at all? What if we let the fear consume us?" The words slipped out like the final breath of a dying star, and for a moment, the air hung thick with possibility. And then came the knock. A sharp rap on the door that shattered our fragile hope, a herald of the darkness we both feared. We exchanged a glance, a silent understanding passing between us, that whatever lay beyond that threshold was about to change everything. I reached for the doorknob, my hand trembling, each heartbeat echoing like thunder in my ears. The world outside was a cacophony of shadows, the night alive with the whispers of the incubus, a creature born from the very depths of our souls. I could almost hear Lila's laughter echoing in the distance, taunting us, reminding us of what we had lost. And as I turned the knob, the door creaked open, revealing the abyss, the void, where the male counterpart to our own haunting desires awaited, ready to drag us down into the very depths of our fears. No going back. Only forward into the darkness, where the incubus loomed large, feeding off the remnants of who we once were, ready to cast his spell over us once more. The confrontation was inevitable, a collision of all that we had tried to escape, and as I stepped into the night, I could feel the shadows closing in, a swarm of memories and emotions swirling like a tempest, pulling me deeper into the unknown. The city lay draped in shadow, the streetlights flickering like dying stars, mirroring the flicker in her heart. Lila stood at the crumbling edge of reality, pulled taut between what she wanted to believe and the chaos that surrounded her. The air felt thick, charged with an electric anticipation that prickled at her skin, every heartbeat a countdown to something unspeakable. She could sense it, lurking just beneath the surface, a dark whisper promising to swallow her whole. I remember the nights when dreams weren't nightmares, she breathed, her voice cracking under the weight of the words. There was a time, long ago, when the moon hung high like a guardian, when shadows danced without malice. But now, the moon was a witness to her torment, casting cold light on aching memories. She could feel the presence of her dream demon, the embodiment of her fears, specters of the masculine, clawing at her sanity. They wore familiar faces, the men who had once promised her safety, but instead had wrapped her in chains of expectation, their demands echoing in her mind like a haunting refrain. And then there was Marcus, the embodiment of strength and fragility, the man whose heart beat against the confines of his chest like a caged bird. He stood across from her, his eyes dark pools, reflecting the turmoil within. He was both protector and predator, a battleground of masculine ideals. "You think you've got it all figured out, don't you?" he spat, the venom in his words forcing a chill into her bones. She could see the anger bubbling beneath the surface, fueled by insecurity and fear of her rejection. "You're not the only one fighting demons, Lila." But Lila felt the weight shift in the air, the tension crackling like static. She wanted to scream, to tell him that his demons were not the same as hers. They were two different battles, waged in the same dark corners of their minds. Her struggle was against the suffocating expectations of femininity, the relentless drive to conform to a world that demanded softness, but punished vulnerability. His was a silent war against the suffocating ideal of masculinity that told him to never show weakness, to always be the stoic warrior. "You don't understand," she whispered, the words slipping from her lips like fragile glass. Their clash was a symphony of chaos, each note a reminder of their shattered hopes, their intertwined fates. The shadows around them twisted, mimicking their emotions, dark forms with clawed hands reaching out, as if trying to pull them deeper into the abyss. Lila felt the aching pull of her dream demon, a figure with a haunting face that shifted between the memories of men she had known, a father who never saw her, a lover who left scars behind, and strangers who turned away when she needed them most. I remember, she chanted, desperate to drown out the echoes of the past, the voices that told her she was never enough. These demons danced between them, flickering in and out of existence, taunting every moment of connection they might have had. Lila grasped her heart, feeling it race beneath her palm. The clock on the wall ticked, a reminder of time slipping through her fingers. Each tick was a reminder of every chance not taken, every word left unspoken. She could see him falter, just for a moment, the weight of expectation dragging his shoulders down. "What do you want from me?" he asked, a plea hidden beneath layers of bravado. "Freedom," she gasped, feeling the word tear from her throat, raw and aching. The word hung in the air between them, a fragile thread. What did it mean to be free? To shatter the chains of societal norms, to step away from the roles they had been assigned. The question lingered, hanging heavy like smoke, twisting and curling, refusing to dissipate. The shadows stirred, their faces morphing into a reflection of their internal struggles, the demons of the past now unmasked in their confrontation. "I remember when I thought love was enough," she said, her voice trembling. "I remember when I thought strength meant silence." Fear rippled through her, a shiver that traveled the length of her spine. The city around them faded, reduced to a backdrop for their battle, a battleground where hearts were laid bare, stripped of pretense. But love is suffocating when it comes with strings attached. Strength is a facade when it shrouds the soul. With each word, the shadows grew restless, swirling around them like a storm. Marcus's fists clenched, the tension palpable, raw. "You think I don't feel? You think I'm just a monster?" His voice cracked, revealing the vulnerability he so desperately tried to conceal. "I am scared, Lila. Scared that when I'm weak, I won't be enough for you." He stepped closer, the storm of their emotions swirling around them, drawing them together and tearing them apart. In that moment, Lila found herself staring into the abyss of his soul, recognizing the fear she had mirrored countless times within herself. The connection she had longed for loomed before them, tantalizing yet terrifying. She took a step forward, her heart pounding like thunder in her chest. "We are haunted by our demons," she whispered, the truth echoing like a haunting symphony. "But we can't let them define us. We can fight together, not against one another." The air crackled with intensity, each heartbeat a reminder of the choice they faced, to remain ensnared by their fears, or to break free from the shackles that bound them. Shadows loomed larger, their claws scratching at the edges of truth, pulling them back into the darkness of despair. But Lila's voice rose above the cacophony, fierce and unwavering, we can create a new dream. Their eyes locked, two souls entwined in a fragile moment of understanding. Each breath came heavy with anticipation. The night held its breath, a world suspended in time. Would they rise as one, casting aside their demons? Or would they crumble under the weight of their fears, their hearts forever trapped in an unending cycle of pain? The shadows danced, the clock ticked, the world shifted, and the line between masculinity and femininity blurred, merging into a tapestry of shared experiences and raw emotion. As their hearts pulsed in sync, they stood at the precipice of something new, knowing that the battle was far from over, but perhaps, just perhaps, they could face it together. The darkness whispered promises of hope, intertwining their spirits like the twisted shadows that held them captive. In the depths of despair, a flicker of light began to emerge, a fragile glow illuminating the path ahead, hinting at the possibility of redemption. The clock struck 12, the haunting chime echoing through the desolate town like a funeral bell. Clara stood paralyzed, the cold sweat clinging to her skin, her breath shallow and quick. Outside, shadows danced, flickering against the moonlight, whispering secrets of desires unfulfilled and fears ignited. She could almost hear their laughter, a twisted sound echoing in her mind, beckoning her closer, taunting her. It was time. Time to face the truth that had haunted her dreams, the truth of the succubus that had invaded her nights. Across town, Samuel stirred in his sleep, a bead of sweat tracing down his temple. He tossed, turning between the realms of consciousness and the seductive abyss. Just a dream, he told himself again and again, but he could feel her, an intoxicating presence, her fingers tracing the line of his jaw, her whisper lingering like smoke in the air. She was everything he feared and desired, a creature wrapped in shadow and light, embodying the clash of ecstasy and dread. His heart raced, thumping a frantic rhythm against his ribcage, a drum heralding the storm that was about to ensue. What did the scriptures say? He couldn't recall, couldn't grasp the archaic words that twisted around theological arguments like a serpent ready to strike. Were they demons or angels? Tempters or saviors? The lines blurred, each passage dripping with ambiguity. But as he felt her breath against his neck, he knew that scripture was never meant to contain the raw pulse of fear and longing that consumed him. Clara's chest tightened as she recalled the night of the first encounter. The air had been thick with anticipation, the room charged with a supernatural electricity. She could almost hear the soft, melodic laughter, a song that promised both pleasure and pain. It was then she understood the weight of desire, the intoxicating thrill of surrendering to something outside of herself. But the thrill had twisted, becoming a nightmare, and she was left gasping in the dark, craving the very thing that terrified her. I remember the way she looked at me, Clara whispered into the night, as if the shadows might offer comfort. Her eyes, glinting like daggers in the moonlight. In her mind, the moment replayed, a dance between fear and seduction, a battle lost before it had ever begun. How could something so beautiful bring such despair? The whispers of ancient texts flooded her thoughts, speaking of temptresses and unholy unions, but they felt so distant, so irrelevant. Her reality was the embodiment of those tales, flesh and blood intertwined with the cosmic dance of the damned. Meanwhile, Samuel's body convulsed as the dream changed. She was closer now, her form shifting, becoming something both familiar and alien. "Why do you resist?" she cooed, her voice wrapping around him like silk, soft yet suffocating. "Let go, Samuel, let go." His heart thundered, a wild stallion trapped in a cage of flesh, as he felt the pull of her gravity, the sweet promise of oblivion. Was this what the ancients meant by temptation? Or was it something darker, something that gnawed at the very soul? Clara, locked in her own struggle, felt the weight of 1,000 tomes pressing against her chest. Theological debates, centuries of thought distilled into whispers now echoing in her mind as she questioned the morality of her desires. Was there sin in the longing? Was it demonic to yearn for something so deeply tied to her very essence? The line between spirituality and corporeal hunger faded, and she spiraled deeper into the abyss, the shadows closing in like a vice. "Am I the sinner or the saint?" she cried out, her voice breaking the silence of the night, a desperate plea to the emptiness that surrounded her. But Samuel was not done. He sprang from the bed, heart racing, a primal instinct coursing through him. The echoes of the past haunted him like specters in the dim light. He had read the texts about the succubi that preyed on the pure, the incubi that fed off the desperation of the lost. But this was not merely an academic pursuit anymore. This was flesh and blood, the embodiment of his deepest fears manifesting in the form of a woman who was both his salvation and damnation. Clara's breath hitched. She could feel the weight of his turmoil, the intertwining of their fates. In that moment, their worlds collided and the air thickened with their pain. "Samuel," she called, her voice a fraying rope in the storm. "We are not alone in this." But the darkness seemed to swallow her words, leaving only silence, a haunting reminder of their shared despair. The moon hung low, a ghostly sentinel watching over their plight, illuminating the chaos that threatened to consume them both. In that fleeting moment, Clara and Samuel recognized their shared torment, their struggles etched in the fabric of existence, bound by a thread that connected the living and the damned. They were two souls lost in a labyrinth of shadows, searching for an exit through the echoes of ancient texts that promised answers, but provided none. And then, as if the cosmos conspired against them, the succubus emerged in the doorway, a silhouette draped in darkness, a sinuous figure framed by the silver light. "Are you ready to embrace the truth?" she whispered, her voice curling around them like smoke. It was a question, an invitation, and a threat all at once. Samuel stepped back, eyes wide, heart pounding with the weight of his choices. Clara held her ground, defiance seeping into her veins. "We are not your prey," she declared, though her voice trembled with uncertainty. But the succubus only smiled, a chilling grin that promised ecstasy and despair in equal measure. "You already are," she breathed, each word a dagger, each syllable a promise of the night yet to unfold. In that suspended moment, their fates hung in the balance, two souls intertwined in a cosmic struggle against the very nature of existence, caught between the sacred and the profane, the desire that consumed and the fear that paralyzed. The answer lay waiting just beyond the veil, teasing them with the possibility of liberation or destruction. And as the shadows closed in, one thing became achingly clear. There was no escaping the dance that had begun, no unraveling the intricate tapestry woven by temptation and dread. They were entangled, spiraling together into a darkness that whispered sweetly of sin and salvation, their hearts echoing the ancient rhythms of lust and fear, forever woven into the fabric of the night. The air crackled with the tension of the night, a suffocating blanket of dread settling over the village. Shadows flickered against the cobblestone as torches sputtered in the damp chill, casting grotesque silhouettes of gnarled trees reaching skyward like skeletal hands. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, heart battering like a trapped bird against the cage of my chest. The crowd murmured, a sea of anxious faces blurring together, and I could feel their fear ripple through the throng, a living thing, writhing and hungry. "It's her!" someone screamed, pointing a quivering finger toward the frail figure tied to the stake, a younger woman, perhaps no older than 20. Her eyes were wild, glimmering like shards of glass under the moonlight. She was the epitome of innocence transformed into a grotesque scapegoat. I could feel the judgmental gazes sweep over me, too, as if I, too, were guilty of something unspeakable. Perhaps I was. Perhaps we all were. Her name was Elspeth, and I had once shared laughter with her in the sunlight, not so long ago. Now, all that remained of our childhood camaraderie was the haunting echo of joy turned to despair. I remember the scent of her laughter, sweet and bursting like wildflowers in spring. She had dreams, oh, did she have dreams? But those dreams lay shattered at the feet of ignorance and superstition, a malodorous heap of fears that would not go away, no matter how hard we tried to run from them. In the crowd, I caught a glimpse of my friend, Thomas, his face pale, eyes wide as saucers. He was the kind of boy who always found the humor in the darkest of moments, but now, he stood frozen. I remembered the time we laughed at the blacksmith's unfortunate misfire, the way Thomas had turned the mishap into a story of comedic proportions. But this moment was no joke. It felt as if the very earth beneath us were trembling, lamenting the loss of something sacred. I turned to Thomas, desperation clawing at me. "We must do something," I pleaded, but the words felt hollow, lost in the cacophony of accusatory whispers. He shook his head, his hands trembling, and I could see the war raging within him, a battle between the thrill of risking everything for a friend and the paralyzing fear of being marked himself. Each heartbeat echoed the unrelenting sound of the crowd chanting for blood, for a scapegoat, for salvation in misplaced anger. The priest stood tall, his dark robes billowing like storm clouds, eyes gleaming with fervor, casting the final stones. "Witch," he proclaimed, each syllable tearing through the air like a whip. The word shattered the night, crisp and cold, and I felt the weight of centuries bearing down upon us. The collective ignorance of generations, the suffocating grip of demonology, that had taken root and twisted into something grotesque. What if this was just a game? A cruel, twisted charade played by those who wielded power like a sword, sharp and unyielding. I remember, Elspeth's voice, quaking but defiant, broke through the din. "I remember the night we danced under the stars, Thomas. I remember the freedom we felt, the way the world was ours, unchained." Each word was a fire against the darkness encroaching upon her. My heart ached, bitter and sweet, a reminder of everything she had to lose. Thomas's face contorted with agony. "Elspeth, please." His voice trembled, but the crowd's jeers drowned his pleas, their thirst for vengeance spiraling into a frenzy. And I, standing between the past and the present, felt the suffocating weight of all I could not say. It was as if an invisible hand clutched my throat, squeezing tighter with every frantic heartbeat. Then the flames leapt to life, a sinister dance of orange and yellow, licking at the wood beneath her. The heat rushed forth, enveloping us, and suddenly, Elspeth was no longer flesh and blood, but an idea, a vibrant spectre of all that was free and beautiful, now ensnared in the jaws of the abyss. I wanted to scream, to claw at the ground, to tear down the heavens and make them listen. This was not just a witch hunt, it was a massacre of hope, a silencing of dreams. Each crackle of burning wood echoed like the snapping of fragile bones. The crowd, once a mass of humanity, morphed into a monstrous entity, feeding off the fear, the exhilaration of being part of something sinister yet exhilarating. I could see it reflected in their eyes, a darkness that craved validation, a hunger for blood that was woven deep into the fabric of their existence. The priest raised his hands, sanctifying the flames, invoking the wrath of a god who surely turned his gaze away. "In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit," the words rolled off his tongue like poison, and I felt bile rise in my throat. Did they think this absolved them of their sins? Did they think that the ashes of Elspeth would cleanse their souls? I turned back to Thomas, who was now pale as the moon, eyes shining with unspilled tears. "What have we become?" he whispered, the question hanging in the air like a noose tightening around our necks. "How can we live with this?" And as Elspeth's screams rose into the night, a haunting melody of despair, I thought of the ghosts that would linger, the memories that would taint our laughter. I imagined the conversations we would have in the shadows, her spirit entwined with ours, forever marked by this night of horror. This was not just a moment, it was a cycle, a continuous loop of fear and betrayal, a haunting echo that would reverberate through time, binding us to her fate. The flames consumed her, but the darkness lingered, a chilling promise that this was only the beginning. The spectre of witch hunts and demonology would rise again, reshaping our lives, our choices, and our very souls. I had fallen into a nightmare, and as I turned away, I felt the weight of every soul lost in the flames bearing down upon my heart. What would we choose next? What would we sacrifice? In that moment, under the haunting gaze of the moon, I realized we were all just one heartbeat away from becoming monsters ourselves. The shadows flicker against the stone walls, shivering like the very souls trapped within them. An old chapel, cloaked in darkness and haunted by whispers of sin. I can almost feel the weight of the ink on parchment, the sweat of artists wrestling with visions too heavy for this world. Oh, the agony of creation. Each brushstroke is a gasp, a desperate plea, capturing the essence of nightmares and desires that dance beneath the skin. There they are, the succubi and incubi, prowling through the recesses of medieval art like ghosts of the damned, beguiling and terrifying in equal measure. It's hard to look away. I remember the first time I stumbled upon their painted forms, the way their eyes pierced through the centuries, pulling at something primal within me. I remember my heart racing, not from fear, but from an intoxicating mix of dread and fascination. How can something so beautiful feel so utterly wrong? In the dim light of a candle flickering on the altar, I sense the presence of Eloan. Her breath quickens as she stands before a mural depicting a succubus, her body coiled around a slumbering knight. Eloan, with her fluttering heart and restless spirit, embodies the very essence of longing. She knows the weight of desire, the ache that fills the empty spaces in her life. Do you see, she whispers, her voice trembling with a mix of awe and terror. Do you see how she lures him to his doom? I glance at the mural again, the delicate, yet disquieting figure, curves painted with a grace that belies her sinister intent. The knight, oblivious, wraps his arms around a shadow. The succubus's smile is a whisper of silk against steel. I shudder, remembering how love can sometimes feel like a curse, how it binds our hearts and leads us towards destruction. Each sigh echoes through my bones, resonating with every heartache I've ever known. Then there's Alaric, lurking in the corner, the artist's heart and sharpest critic. He twists his hands, his fingers stained with ink and resentment, fumbling with the weight of unfulfilled ambition. Look at her, he scoffs. What a mockery of womanhood. A mere vessel of sin. But I see the longing behind his disdain, a deep-seated fear that his own creations will never live up to the haunting beauty that these figures exude. The irony stings. He criticizes the very thing he craves, a connection, a passion that feels as potent as poison. Alaric, I urge, stepping closer, she is more than mere temptation. She is power, an embodiment of desire that transcends the flesh. Could you ever paint something so alive? He winces, the challenge igniting a spark in his eyes, but the heaviness of doubt looms larger. It's a dance of shadows, his frustration wrapping around Eloan's dreams, both ensnared in the same trap of longing and fear. Around us, the art springs to life. Succubi in flowing robes, their hair cascading like dark waterfalls, seduce with every glance. Incubi, cloaked in mystery, embody the raw, primal forces of masculinity wrapped in velvet darkness. Each figure evokes a thrill that ripples through the atmosphere, igniting a fire in places long thought cold. The chapel feels alive, almost breathing, the very walls pulsing with the weight of unspoken desires. What if, Eloan muses, her voice soft yet charged with intensity, they are not just monsters? What if they are reflections of our own struggles, our own desires? Her eyes glaze with fervor, and in that moment, I can see the embers of a revolution stirring within her, a rebellion against the binary of good and evil, of light and shadow. It terrifies and excites me. Time blurs. The clock on the wall ticks, echoing the relentless march of fate. I glance at Alaric's face, his features contorted with a tangle of emotions, anger, passion, fear, and longing. He is a tempest, caught between his disdain for the succubi and his admiration for their seductive power. What's the difference between art and sin? He spits, a bitter challenge that hangs heavy in the air. Isn't it all just an illusion? I want to reach out, to shake him from his despair. Art is truth, I counter, my voice barely above a whisper. It captures the struggle, the beauty, and the horror of our existence. Just like these demons. Each word is a heartbeat, pushing us forward, drawing us deeper into the darkness. The air thickens as the shadows tighten their grip, wrapping us in an embrace that feels both horrifying and intoxicating. I can almost taste the weight of melancholy, the taste of lost dreams and unfulfilled passions. Eloan's eyes glimmer with unshed tears, her heart laid bare as she confronts the succubus's allure. What if she isn't the monster, she breathes? What if she's simply a woman, yearning to be seen, to be desired? It's a notion that nudges at the edges of my mind, echoing like the distant cries of souls trapped in their own desires. In the back of my mind, I see Eloan in that moment, arms outstretched toward the mural, as if reaching for something beyond the veil, a connection that feels both terrifying and exhilarating. We're all succubi and incubi, I realize, the thought spiraling through me, intertwining with my own fears and desires. The chapel shudders as we stand, caught in the storm of our emotions. Outside, the wind howls, a haunting serenade that dances through the cracks in the stained glass, an echo of the chaos within. We are artists, lovers, and dreamers, entangled in a web spun of longing, fear, and forbidden beauty. The line between desire and despair blurs, each heartbeat echoing louder, threatening to drown us. As I gaze at the succubi and incubi immortalized in paint, I feel the pull of their stories, their struggles woven into the very fabric of our existence. Each figure stands as a testament, an eternal reminder of the tangled dance we all participate in, the haunting beauty of our shared humanity. The weight of it all hangs thick in the air, a gut-wrenching truth that binds us together through time. We are forever caught in the cycle, forever entranced by the shadows that flicker just beyond our grasp. The clock struck 3, its chime echoing through the empty halls like a death knell. Shadows whispered against the walls, and a heavy silence pressed down, thick and suffocating. In an old, dimly lit room, a woman sat hunched over a weathered tome. Her fingers traced the faded letters, trembling, as if the very act of reading could awaken something dormant and dark within her. The air crackled with tension, sparking memories, fears, and desires, each breath she took mingling with the dust of ancient tales, stories of seduction, power, and despair. Elena's heart raced, pounding a frantic rhythm against her chest. She was a scholar, a seeker of truths buried deep in the fabric of history. Yet tonight, she was more than that. She was prey, trapped in the web of her own obsession. The words leaped off the pages, vivid and alive, caressing her senses with the promise of bliss and the threat of ruin. Incubi and succubi danced in her mind, a tantalizing vision of lovers who came to life only in dreams, yet left behind a trail of chaos and longing. I remember, she whispered, the memory of a past encounter flooding back, a night drenched in both ecstasy and fear. I remember the way he held me, the coldness of his skin, like ice melting into flame. Her voice trembled, echoing in the silence, calling forth shadows that seemed to listen. They twitched at the edges of her consciousness, waiting, restless as the creatures she read about. Across town, in an empty tavern where laughter once echoed like music, sat Marcus, brooding over a tankard of ale that had long gone warm. He was a poet, cursed with an unquenchable thirst for inspiration. The walls felt alive with the memories of lost souls, their desires etched into the very wood. He'd written of succubi, their beauty, their desolation, and yet, he couldn't shake the emptiness that gnawed at him. Tonight, he felt her presence, a specter lingering just out of reach, teasing and tormenting, the embodiment of every line he had penned in desperation. I remember, he muttered, his voice barely audible, clawing at the fragments of dreams that had haunted him. I remember the night she slipped through the veil, her laughter like silk, wrapping around my heart. He slammed his tankard down, splashing ale across the table. a futile attempt to drown the memories that surged within him, memories of a woman who had never truly existed, yet left him hollowed out. A ghost of what he once was. Back in the silence of her study, Elena felt the weight of his sorrow as if it were her own. The stories intertwined, threads of fate pulling tighter, weaving a tapestry of desire and despair. She could almost feel Marcus's presence, a haunting melody that echoed with every heartbeat. Each word he had written had been a call to her, a plea for connection, and now she was ready to answer. The candle flickered, casting long shadows that danced across the walls, transforming the room into a mausoleum of dreams. She could sense it then, a shift in the air, the atmosphere thick with anticipation, heavy with the promise of something unspeakable. The shadows whispered louder, morphing into figures, shapes of past lovers entangled in a grotesque embrace. "I remember," Elena breathed again, her eyes glassy with longing. "I remember the ache of not knowing, the thrill of the chase." She closed her eyes, surrendering to the rush of emotions that flooded her. Each pulse of her heartbeat echoed a name, Marcus. The weight of their shared torment hung in the air, invisible yet unmistakable, a bond forged through suffering and desire. Across the city, as the clock struck 4, Marcus felt the shift deep within him. A chill crawled up his spine, awakening something primal, something buried beneath layers of poetic melancholy. He closed his eyes, allowing the flicker of inspiration to ignite. The words tumbled forth, a wild torrent of syllables and sounds that poured onto parchment, every stroke capturing the essence of his despair, the beauty of his longing. I, the soul of a poet, the heart of a lover, trapped between dream and desire. He wrote feverishly, his heart racing with each stroke of the quill. The specter of the succubus hovered above him, a muse and a monster, her breath hot against his neck, urging him to pour out his heart. I remember her kiss, the bittersweet tang of longing. In that moment, their worlds collided, the ink of his words flowing toward the faded pages of her tome, the very essence of their souls intertwining. The once distant figures of the succubi and incubi breathed life into their flesh, igniting a fire that threatened to consume them both. The characters of their dreams surged forth, nameless, faceless, yet recognized in the depths of their hearts. The air shimmered with an unspoken promise, crackling with energy. Dreams and memories collided like storm clouds, dark and foreboding. The clock ticked louder, each second a reminder of the fleeting nature of their existence, the weight of the moment pressing upon them like an anchor. The shadows deepened, swirling around them, forming a tempest of desires unfulfilled, of passions lost in the night. I remember, they whispered in unison, their hearts entwined, feeling the echoes of their pasts merging into one collective heartbeat, a promise, a curse. Night dripped like ink, and the stars outside the window blinked knowingly, their light spilling into the darkness. The world outside faded, leaving only the remnants of dreams and echoes of heartbreak. In that moment, they were bound, defined by their obsessions, their fears, their desires. They were both succubi and incubi, drawn together by the ghosts of their own making, forever locked in a dance of shadow and light, a spell that neither could break. And as the clock ticked on, lost in the void of the night, the weight of their choices bore down upon them, each breath a reminder of the thin line between ecstasy and despair, desire and destruction. The clock strikes 3, a hollow chime reverberating through the muted darkness of Clara's bedroom. She wakes, gasping, her heart in a frantic race, as her dreams claw at the edges of her memory, like a mangy dog trying to get inside. There's a weight in the air, thick and viscous, squeezing her lungs tight. Shadows twist and dance along the walls, dark fingers drawing closer, whispering secrets that turn her skin cold. I remember, she stutters, her voice barely a breath, I remember the man with no face. The thought ignites a shiver down her spine. Each night, he visits her, looming large yet insubstantial, a specter stitched from her fears and regrets. The man, an echo from her past, carries the weight of lost opportunities, every failure, every haunting choice. She knows he's not real, but in the silence of the night, he becomes everything. He is the manifestation of her demons, the very nightmares she can't escape. In the corner of her room, a flicker of light catches her attention, a candle, its flame struggling against the darkness, giving life to the shadows. She reaches out to it, her fingers trembling, yearning for warmth. Just as she touches the trembling wick, the room plunges into darkness, as if the universe itself has swallowed the light whole. Panic floods Clara's veins, a tidal wave of suffocating dread. I remember, a voice echoes within her, a chorus of memories, tangled and raw, each one a thread in a vast tapestry woven from fear. Meanwhile, across the city in a cramped apartment, Jonah stirs, the remnants of his own hellish slumber still clinging to him like cobwebs. He dreams of cities ablaze, of faceless figures standing in judgment, their eyes hollow voids. He knows them intimately, they haunt him in the waking world too. The world feels wrong, distorted, as if reality is a funhouse mirror reflecting his innermost doubts. He clenches his fists, his nails biting into his palms, as the memory of her laughter, Clara's laughter, echoes in his mind. I remember, he whispers, the words a lifeline thrown into the abyss. They tug at him, pulling him deeper into the storm of his thoughts. She was his anchor, the one who laughed at the absurdity of their existence, who danced in the chaos of life like a moth flirting with the flame. He feels her absence like a ghost, a phantom limb that aches in the quiet moments when the world is too loud. In the heart of the city, the neon lights flicker, casting a sickly green glow. Jonah steps outside, drawn by a force he cannot name. The streets pulse with an eerie energy, shadows lurking, whispering promises of things better left unspoken. He moves through the crowd, each face a mask concealing their own nightmares. He senses them, feels the weight of their unfulfilled desires, their hidden fears. The city breathes around him, alive and restless, a living entity that consumes and spits out the broken. I remember, the ghosts of the past swirl around him, entangling him in memories of Clara, of their shared laughter over cheap takeout, of whispered dreams under the starlit sky. But those dreams have soured, turned bitter with regret. The world has closed in on him, and the weight of it all presses down till he cannot breathe. Back in her room, Clara feels the pull of Jonah's memories, as if their souls are connected by a thread spun from their shared pain. She sits on the edge of her bed, eyes wide, staring into the abyss where darkness looms, ready to swallow her whole. Every heartbeat reverberates through the stillness, a drum echoing her struggle. The man with no face waits, just beyond her reach, as if he knows her every fear, every insecurity, and she can't bear to face him. I remember, she whispers, a desperate mantra. The thought spirals, it's all she has, a fragile hope in a world that feels increasingly hostile. Each memory is a shard of glass, sharp and cutting, reminding her of everything that went wrong, the love that slipped through her fingers like grains of sand. The night thickens, wrapping around them like a shroud. Clara stands, her legs shaky, the shadows rising up to embrace her. She feels Jonah's presence, even in his absence. His pain is a reflection of her own, two lost souls wandering through the dark, haunted by the same demons. Can he feel her? Does he remember? Just as the shadows threaten to engulf her, she remembers the last time they stood together, laughing, alive. It was a moment frozen in time, a fleeting glimpse of joy in a world painted in shades of grey. Clara takes a step forward, determined to confront her fears, the man with no face. Jonah feels it too, that same determination igniting within him as he stands beneath the flickering streetlights. He remembers Clara's smile, how it lit up the darkest corners of his heart. He's drawn to her, like a moth to a flame, willing to risk the burn to find her in the shadows. I remember, the mantra spirals into the night, weaving around them, connecting their fates. The city hums with anticipation, the universe holding its breath, waiting for them to collide once more. As the clock ticks on, the shadows throb with a pulse of their own, a heartbeat echoing the rhythm of their lives. Time stretches thin, a taut string ready to snap. Each moment is loaded, electric, the air thick with unspoken words, lingering regrets, and buried dreams. And the man with no face waits, a harbinger of what's to come, as Clara steels herself for the confrontation. She takes a step into the darkness, and Jonah rushes forward, the gravity of their connection pulling them together. Each heartbeat drives them closer, till the inevitable moment arrives, where dreams and reality intertwine. I remember, they whisper, the city echoing their words, the shadows bending and twisting, the air crackling with the energy of unresolved pain and hope. They are caught in a web spun from the darkness, drawn inexorably toward a climax that will change everything. The night is alive with possibility, and the man with no face awaits, a specter in the void, ready to consume or liberate, whichever they choose. The moon hung low that night, a jagged sliver of silver slicing through the inky darkness, casting an uneasy glow on the cobblestone streets of the old town. I stood at the edge of the square, heart thudding like a drum, the air thick with the scent of rain-soaked earth, anticipation crackling like electricity in the silence. Shadows loomed, stretching languidly like forgotten nightmares, whispering secrets that twisted like vines around my chest. I could feel it, the weight of folklore hanging in the air, a tapestry of stories woven with fear, love, and loss, drawing me closer to the edge of something ancient and fearsome. I remember the first time I met Sarah, her laughter ringing out like a bell through the fog of my memories. She had always been the brave one, eyes sparkling with mischief, daring the world to challenge her. Dream demons are just stories to scare children, she would say, tossing her hair back defiantly. But deep down, I knew she felt it too, the tremor of fear that slithered through the tales passed down through generations, echoing in her heart. I could see the shadows creeping into her dreams, feeding off her curiosity, and I felt helpless, as if I were the one caught in their web. Then there was Marcus, a brooding figure with secrets etched into the lines of his face. He carried the burden of a past that clung to him like a specter. I remember the way he would sit at the edge of my bed, eyes glazed over, recounting tales of a demon that stalked him in the night, dragging him into a world where reality twisted and turned, where nightmares danced on the edge of consciousness. "It's not just a dream," he would whisper, voice trembling with that raw, consuming fear. "It's real. It knows me." Each word fell heavy in the air, like the ticking of a clock counting down to an inevitable confrontation. The stories swirled around us, thick as fog, binding us in a shared horror. They spoke of the lurker, a creature born from the collective fears of humanity, lurking in the shadows of our minds. "It thrives on doubt," Sarah said one night, her voice barely above a whisper, on the moments when we question what is real. Her eyes glimmered with unshed tears, and I could see the fear threading through her bravado, pulling tighter with each passing day. As the nights grew longer, I felt the pull of the stories, an enchantment that was both intoxicating and terrifying. I remember the dream I had, the darkness enveloping me like a shroud, the weight of unseen eyes pressing against my skin. I was lost in a labyrinth of echoes, each turn revealing another fragment of folklore, each shadow a glimpse of the demons we feared. I could hear Sarah's laughter fading, replaced by whispers, fragments of ancient tales that seemed to pulse with life. They clawed at the edges of my sanity, whispering secrets I wasn't ready to confront. But the crunch of leaves beneath my feet reminded me of reality, the stark reminder that we were all but flesh and bone, haunted by echoes of long-forgotten fears. "We must confront it," Marcus said one evening, the moon casting an eerie glow on his face, illuminating the determination that flickered in his eyes. "We can't let it consume us." His words ignited a spark within me, a flicker of hope amidst the shadows. Together, we would face the lurker, the manifestation of our intertwined fears, a creature born from the abyss of our souls. That night, we gathered at the old chapel, a place steeped in folklore, and haunted by the remnants of past lives. The air buzzed with an energy that bordered on electric, the walls echoing with the weight of stories, of lives lived and lost. As we stood in the flickering candlelight, shadows danced on the walls, and I could feel the pulse of ancient tales wrapping around us, binding us together in a tapestry of fear and resilience. I remember, I murmured, the words tumbling forth unbidden, the tales of those before us. Those who faced the darkness and emerged anew. My voice trembled, echoing through the hollow chapel, filling the silence with the weight of our shared history. The stories we carried, the legends that had seeped into our bones, were not just frightening. They were a testament to the strength of the human spirit. Sarah took a step closer, her eyes fierce. "We are not alone," she breathed, the conviction lacing her tone, igniting a fire within me. "These dreams, they connect us. They are a part of us." I could see the truth of her words reflected in Marcus's gaze, the flicker of understanding igniting a bond between us that had been forged in the fires of fear. But the lurker was patient, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the moment to strike, feeding off our doubt. That night, our confrontation was inevitable. As we stood united, a chorus of hearts beating in sync, I could hear the whispers growing louder, the tales intertwining with our own. "It's not just folklore," I realized, heart pounding, "it's our reality." Each breath we took was a declaration, an act of defiance against the darkness that threatened to consume us. The air crackled with tension, the stories weaving around us, a protective barrier against the nightmares that lurked just beyond the veil of consciousness. I felt the weight of our ancestors pressing down, their strength coursing through our veins. We were not just the sum of our fears, we were the embodiment of courage, stitched together by the fabric of our shared humanity. In that moment, as the shadows danced and the whispers grew deafening, I knew we were on the cusp of something profound. The lurker would come for us, but it wouldn't break us. We would face the haunting echoes of our past and emerge into the light, forever changed, forever bound by the tales that shaped us. And as the clock struck midnight, the boundary between dreams and reality began to blur, and I felt the pull of the darkness, a siren's call urging me to succumb. But I held fast, drawing strength from Sarah and Marcus, the threads of folklore weaving a tapestry of resilience around us, anchoring us in a moment that would ripple through time, an eternal fight against the shadows. With every heartbeat, the stories grew louder, and I embraced the chaos, knowing that this was just the beginning. We were not merely victims of our fears, but warriors bearing the weight of our history, poised on the brink of a confrontation that would echo through the ages. The lurker was waiting, but so were we, ready to face the demons that danced in our dreams. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing through the desolate streets like a funeral dirge. Shadows danced in the flickering light of a street lamp, casting bizarre shapes that seemed to breathe and pulsate with life. I stood at the edge of a crumbling alley, heart racing, skin prickling with a mix of dread and anticipation. The air was thick with secrets, and the night whispered of things best left unspoken. From the depths of this darkness, Ilara emerged, her figure ethereal, yet so full of raw, aching longing. Her eyes, deep pools of sadness and desire, pulled me in, each glance a silent plea. I remembered the first time I'd seen her, lost in a world of her own making, a world where passion was both a weapon and a cage. She was a succubus in every sense, yet deeper still, a woman grappling with the weight of her existence, the burden of her hunger. It wasn't just the souls she craved, it was connection, warmth, the fleeting touch of humanity that eluded her in her darkened realm. I remember, I whispered, but the words hung in the air like the smoke from a forgotten fire. I remembered the nights we spent together, tangled in sheets and secrets, her laughter a haunting melody that still echoed in the hollow of my chest. But each moment was laced with an undercurrent of fear, a fear that I would be just another soul consumed, another victim of her insatiable appetite. Across town, in a dimly lit bar thick with the scent of despair and cheap whiskey, Leon sat nursing his drink, his thoughts swirling like the ice melting in his glass. An incubus, he wore his charm like a second skin, yet beneath the suave exterior lay a soul marred by loneliness. I could see the flicker of resentment in his eyes, a longing for something he could never grasp. He had tasted love, but found only ashes, remnants of a passion that had burned too bright, leaving him hollow and yearning. I felt the tension coil around us, 3 lives, intertwined by fate, fear, and unfulfilled desires. Ilara, the succubus whose thirst for connection tore her apart. Leon, the incubus cursed with the knowledge that his charm could never fill the void. And then there was me, a mere mortal caught in their web, a heart caught in the crossfire of supernatural yearning. The night deepened, and Ilara's ethereal beauty became a haunting reminder of the ephemeral nature of our lives. "What if I can never feel love?" she asked, her voice trembling like a fragile note in a symphony gone awry. "What if this hunger is all I am?" I reached out, desperate to bridge the chasm between us, but the distance was palpable, an unspoken weight that pressed against my chest like an iron vice. Meanwhile, Leon's laughter echoed through the bar, but it was hollow, a mask worn too long. The patrons looked at him with envy, unaware of the truth hidden behind his charming facade. He was a predator, who could never satiate his own needs. "They think they want me," he would say, "but they run when they see the darkness behind the light." I found myself drawn to him, caught in the magnetic pull of his sorrow, as if it were an invitation to share in his plight. The clock ticked on, and time felt elastic in the darkness, stretching out like shadows beneath a waning moon. Every tick was a reminder of the choices we had made, the paths we had forged. I could feel Ilara's presence beside me, the warmth of her skin brushing against my arm, igniting a fire that swirled through the pit of my stomach. "What if we escape this?" I asked, caught in the intoxicating web of our shared moments. "What if we redefine what we are?" But her laughter turned bitter, slicing through the air like a knife. "You think I want to be this? A creature of the night, forever searching for what I can never have. The darkness clings to me. It's a part of me." And so we stood, 3 souls on the edge of something profound, teetering between desire and despair. I could see the threads of fate weaving around us, a tapestry woven from dreams and nightmares. The weight of our existence pressed down, threatening to crush us beneath its relentless grip. Ilara's sorrow was palpable, a haunting echo in the silence that surrounded us. "I crave connection, but I destroy everything I touch," she confessed, her voice trembling. "What if I'm doomed to wander this earth, lost in a sea of longing?" And Leon, with his confident facade, cracked under the weight of his own truth. "Do you think it's easy for me?" he shot back, eyes ablaze. "To be the one everyone desires, yet know that I will never truly belong." The tension hung heavy in the air, a charged silence that crackled with unfulfilled desires and unspoken fears. I could feel my heart racing, the rhythmic thumping echoing the chaos around us. Each pulse was a reminder that we were alive, yet caught in a liminal space between worlds, between longing and fulfillment, between light and dark. The moon loomed large above us, a distant witness to our plight, casting a pale glow that illuminated our faces, revealing the raw emotions etched in every line. I could almost hear the whisper of the cosmos, beckoning us to confront our fates, to understand that our struggles were not solitary. We were part of something larger, a collective fight against the shadows that threatened to swallow us whole. "Let's redefine ourselves," I urged, the words spilling from my lips like a desperate prayer. "Let's embrace the darkness and transform it into something beautiful." But as I spoke, I could sense the weight of our truth, the reality that hung over us like a pall. We were all marked by our choices, bound by the chains of our existence. The world outside continued to spin, oblivious to our turmoil, while we stood on the precipice of our own destinies. And then, the confrontation loomed, a moment where words would either bind us in shared sorrow, or shatter the fragile connection we had forged. The clock ticked on, relentless, as we faced the darkness within, ready to confront the specters of our pasts, our fears, and our insatiable desires. Each heartbeat echoed louder, a thundering reminder of the urgency of our plight. The night held its breath, waiting for us to make our move, to decide whether to leap into the unknown, or remain suspended in this aching limbo of longing and despair. The shadows whispered secrets, as if the universe itself had conspired to bring our fates together. And in that moment, the world outside faded away, leaving only the raw, beating hearts of three souls entwined in a dance as old as time. Lightning crackled overhead, a jagged tear in the sky, while rain fell like a baptism of dread. I stood in the shadow of the old cathedral, the air thick with tension, electric, not from the storm, but from the weight of whispered secrets swirling through the cobblestone streets. Beneath the dome of that holy place, fear had taken root, twisting itself around the hearts of every villager, and I could taste it on my tongue. I remember the smell of damp parchment and ink, the hushed voices of men in darkened cloisters, men whose fingers trembled as they turned the pages of books that burned with knowledge that could ignite the flames of hysteria. They were called scholars, priests, and scribes, but to me, they were demons in disguise, conjuring shadows of fear with the mere act of writing. Each word they penned carried the weight of 1,000 accusations, and the printing press, that infernal machine, was the catalyst. It churned out copies, spreading tales of witches and unholy pacts, stories that would haunt the dreams of the unsuspecting, infecting their minds with a terrible paranoia. Elena, a village girl with wild hair and bright eyes that flickered like candle flames, felt the shivers of those tales crawl up her spine. She had been my friend, my confidant, a beacon of hope in the suffocating darkness. But now, she was panicked, standing at the edge of the town square, surrounded by a mob that thrummed with an intensity that made the ground tremble beneath our feet. They clutched torches as if they could burn away the darkness in their hearts, their faces twisted by fear and fury. "Do you see them? The witches," she cried, voice raw with desperation. "They've cursed our crops, twisted our fates. It's in the air." And there I was, a flawed observer, cowering in the shadows, my heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird. I wanted to shout out, to pull her back, and shield her from the madness brewing just beyond the limits of sanity. But my voice faltered, drowned by the rising tide of hysteria. I remember the stories, oh, how they poured from the presses. Each page a spell, each word a curse. The tales of the damned echoed in the night, feeding upon the fears of the innocent. I had witnessed the power of the printed word transform my neighbors into demons, turning friends into enemies. The villagers were no longer just afraid. They were ravenous, their minds devoured by the ink that flowed like blood from the printing press, that machine of revelation and ruin. Then there was Thomas, a man twisted by his own beliefs, eyes darkened by the shadows of doubt and a heart so full of rage that it threatened to burst. He had come to symbolize the very fear that gripped our community. He shouted louder than anyone, his voice like thunder, preaching salvation while declaring war against the darkness he believed lurked in every corner of our lives. I could almost hear the gears turning in his mind, grinding out a narrative that would make us all complicit in the violence to come. "The only way to cleanse our souls is to purge the evil among us," he roared, standing atop a crate as if he was some sort of prophet. The crowd erupted in a frenzy, chanting, "Burn the witches," as if the flames could burn away their own guilt, their own complicity in this fevered nightmare. I glared at him, heart racing, wondering which demon possessed him. Had he, too, been a friend once? Or had the words of those books seeped into his soul like poison, transforming him into this hateful specter? The power of the press had twisted his reality. It had turned the mundane into the monstrous. I remember the tears that pricked my eyes as I caught a glimpse of Elena's face, the fear etched in her delicate features. She was slipping away, her spirit dimming beneath the weight of the mob's rage. I had to act. I had to save her, even if it meant standing against the tide of madness. "Stop!" I screamed, forcing my way through the crowd, feeling the heat of their fury licking at my heels. You don't understand. My voice cracked, desperation flooding every syllable. You're feeding the very darkness you claim to fight. But they were deaf to reason, their minds clouded by the ink that colored their thoughts. Their eyes glowed with a fierce light, and I could see the shadows of ghosts dancing behind them, whispering of old fears and unforgotten sins. In that moment, I understood the true nature of the demon we faced: ignorance, fed by fear and the relentless clatter of the press. And then came the moment, the terrifying climax. The air was thick. It vibrated with an energy that felt like the stillness before thunder. I watched as Thomas raised a torch, its flames licking hungrily at the air, illuminating the darkness with a hellish glow. "We cleanse this town," he bellowed, and the crowd surged forward, a sea of faces twisted by rage and fear, ready to consume the innocent. "Stop!" I shouted again, but I was a whisper lost in a storm. I rushed forward, my heart pounding against the walls of my chest, as I caught Elena's terrified gaze, wide and pleading. She was clutching a tattered piece of parchment, some ancient text that spoke of a sanctuary, a promise of salvation buried beneath the weight of superstition. But who would listen? Who would hear the truth amid the madness? Each heartbeat echoed like a drum, building toward an inevitable clash. As the fire began to spread, consuming the fragile fabric of our community, I felt the tears streaming down my cheeks, a mix of anger, despair, and the unbearable weight of knowing that words could wield such power, could destroy so easily. I reached for Elena, for the light that still flickered in her eyes, and together we stood vulnerable against the tide of darkness. The storm outside raged on, a mirror to the chaos within. Shadows danced, flickering, merging into one another like memories lost in the haze of time. I was caught in that moment, suspended in fear and fury, trembling with the knowledge that the battle ahead would not just be against the darkness lurking outside, but the one that churned within us all. And as the flames licked the night sky, I realized this was not the end, but merely the beginning. For with every letter printed, every fear ignited, we were locked in a dance with the demons of our own making. The echoes of their laughter filled the air, and I could only wonder how far we would fall into the abyss. The air hummed with tension, a silent scream hanging like heavy clouds over the waxen faces of Renaissance portraits. I stood in a dimly lit gallery, surrounded by souls captured in their eternal torment. A man with a gaze that pierced through time, a woman with lips slightly parted, frozen mid-whisper. The chill seeped into my bones, whispering the secrets of succubi and incubi, phantoms of passion that danced between the living and the dead. I could feel their energy, a haunting pulse that quickened my heart, begging me to remember. I remember the stories, the echoed warnings spoken in hushed tones. "Beware the night," they said. "For the night brings shadows that breathe." My breath hitched as I recalled Marco, a painter with a tortured soul, caught in a tempest of desire and dread, his hands stained with paint and dreams. His canvas was his confessor, revealing visions of lust and longing, shadows that twisted into amorous forms, draped in silken night. Each stroke was a cry, a plea, a confession of the desires that clawed at his insides, pulsing like a heartbeat. Then there was Isabella, a woman of fierce spirit, caught in a web of expectations that choked her. She wandered through the city, her heart a wild bird trapped in a gilded cage. "To be a lady is to be a ghost," she would say, her laughter like shattered glass, beautiful yet haunting. She craved the warmth of the sun, but the shadows taunted her, promising ecstasy if only she would dare to dance with them. One fateful night, everything shifted. The clock told midnight, its chime echoing through the cobblestone streets like a death knell. Marco, restless, found himself drawn into the embrace of the city's nightlife, a siren call he could not resist. The taverns were thick with laughter, the scent of wine and something darker lingering in the air. He painted not with brushes, but with words, weaving tales of seduction that wrapped around the heart like a lover's embrace. "Can you feel it?" he demanded of the shadows, drawing closer, the chill of their presence igniting a fire within him. And Isabella, oh, Isabella. She stood on the precipice of temptation, her heart thrumming with the rhythm of desire, pulling her toward Marco's world of color and chaos. What if I just let go? She wondered aloud, her voice trembling like autumn leaves caught in a storm. Yet, there was fear, an overwhelming dread that wrapped around her like chains forged in shadow. The whispers of her upbringing, the suffocating weight of expectation, held her back, a ghostly hand on her shoulder. I remember the night growing thicker, the air crackling with an energy that felt almost palpable, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for the inevitable collision. Marco's heart raced, pounding in his chest like a drum, propelling him forward into the dark alleyways where succubi danced, their laughter echoing like the chime of a bell that promised both pleasure and pain. "What is this?" he cried into the night, his voice trembling with exhilaration and dread, a demand for answers that would only lead him deeper into the abyss. Isabella followed, her spirit battling against the chains of propriety, each step a rebellion against the ghostly whispers urging her to retreat. The shadows called to her, a symphony of promises that beckoned her into their embrace. "Come, Isabella," they crooned, their voices thick with the nectar of forbidden fruit. "We are what you long for, the redemption your heart craves." She felt herself sway, caught in the web of temptation, her heart pounding in time with Marco's frantic brushstrokes, a rhythm of longing that pulled them together even as it threatened to tear them apart. The meeting was electric, charged with an intensity that crackled in the air like lightning, illuminating the darkness with its fierce glow. Marco, wild-eyed and breathless, found himself standing before Isabella, their worlds colliding in an explosion of color and chaos. "You," he gasped, the word laced with desire, "you are the muse I've sought in every shadow." But Isabella laughed, a sound that cut through the tension, a melody tinged with heartbreak. "And you are the artist who paints with shadows, a man who speaks the language of dreams." They stood on the edge, the abyss yawning before them, a chasm filled with both promise and peril. In that moment, their eyes locked, and the truth of their existence hung in the air like a curse. They were lovers and dreamers, torn between the shadows of their desires and the harsh light of reality. The succubi circled around them like moths drawn to a flame, whispers of ecstasy tantalizingly close yet forever out of reach. "Choose," they sang, their voices woven with silk and sin. "Choose passion or pain, the light or the dark." I remember the heat of that moment, the tangible electricity crackling in the air, the very fabric of their souls laid bare. Marco reached out, his fingers trembling on the precipice of destiny, while Isabella's heart raced, caught in a maelstrom of fear and longing. "I want more," she breathed, the words escaping her lips like a prayer. But the shadows whispered back, "More will cost you dearly." The clock chimed again, and I could feel the weight of time pressing down, the minutes slipping away like sands through fingers. The battle raged within them, the conflict between light and dark, desire and despair, passion and separation. Isabella felt herself surrender, a ghost losing the grip on her chains, while Marco's colors began to bleed into one another, merging in a chaotic dance of creation. And then, just as the moment seemed to crystallize, to solidify into something beautiful, the shadows recoiled. The succubi and incubi lingered at the edges, watching, their eyes glinting with the knowledge of ancient secrets. "What will you sacrifice?" they whispered, the words curling around them like fog. The air was thick with tension, heavy with unspoken choices and the promise of things to come. I remember, as the night unfolded, Marco and Isabella caught in the throes of their own desires, the world around them fading into a blur of color and shadow. The energy pulsed, an unyielding rhythm that resonated with every heartbeat, every breath. Time seemed to fold in on itself, and I found myself holding my breath, suspended in a moment that felt like an eternity, the line between light and dark blurring, passion igniting the air, a promise lingering like a phantom. The words of the shadows echoed in my mind, haunting and beautiful, a reminder that the night was far from over, and the dance of succubi and incubi had only just begun. The room is suffused in an eerie twilight, shadows creeping like fingers across the walls, each one a whisper of dread. I stand, heart pounding, staring at the corner where darkness seems to pulse, throbbing with a sinister life of its own. It feels as if the air is thick with memories, each breath a struggle against the weight of an unseen force. I can feel my skin prickle, goosebumps rising as the clock ticks, slow, deliberate, relentless. It's midnight. The witching hour. The hour where dreams twist and nightmares stretch into grotesque shapes, longing to grip you, to pull you into their abyss. Emily, my sister, sits curled in the corner, her knees drawn to her chest, eyes wide and glassy. They used to be bright, filled with laughter, but now they hold shadows, dark, swirling specters that mimic the demons she can't escape. I remember, she whispers, voice shaky, the one with the eyes. They were like burning coals, and I couldn't breathe. Her words are raw, bleeding emotion, each syllable weighted with the fear that has become her daily companion. I remember the first time it happened. A night cloaked in silence, my breath had fogged the air. I'd woken to find her screaming, thrashing against the sheets, her body a marionette controlled by unseen strings. I had reached for her, but it felt like pushing against a wall of glass. I saw her, but I couldn't touch her. "Help me," she had cried, voice a symphony of terror that rippled through my soul, leaving bruises that would never fade. And then there's Marcus, my once best friend, now a specter haunting the fringes of our reality. He drifts through the shadows of the room, eyes sunken, haunted. "It's not just dreams anymore," he murmurs, voice thick with resignation. "They are waking. They are here." His words hang heavy like smoke, curling around my heart, igniting a flicker of dread that spreads like wildfire. I remember his laughter, the way it used to echo through the halls, but now it's a memory drowned out by the gnashing teeth of something unholy. "Did you see it?" he asks, eyes darting, scanning the corners as if the very walls were listening. "I saw her last night. I swear it. She was right there, standing at the foot of my bed, her mouth moving, but no sound came out." He shudders, dragging a hand down his face, his fingers trembling. I want to reach out, to anchor him back to reality, but my own heart is racing, thrumming like a frantic bird trapped in a cage. "I remember," I say, voice catching. "I remember the night it spoke to me." The air grows thick again, the memories clawing at the edges of my mind. I was drifting, lost in a dreamscape, when it appeared, tall and cloaked in shadow, its presence a heavy fog that choked my thoughts. It leaned close, breath like frost against my skin. "You are mine," it hissed, and the world shattered, scattering pieces of my sanity like leaves in a tempest. Emily shivers, pulling tighter into her own embrace. "We need to fight it," she says, defiance flaring in her voice like a spark against the night. "We can't let them win." But I see the tremor in her hands, the way her courage wavers like a candle flickering in the wind. I wish I could give her the strength she craves, but I feel hollow, a shell of the person I used to be. "Fight what?" Marcus snaps, desperation seeping into his tone, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "You can't fight what you can't see. They are shadows, phantoms of our fears. We're trapped in a game we don't understand." The weight of his words hangs between us, a dark curtain, shrouding our hopes in despair. A shudder runs through me, a cold ripple of fear that wraps around my spine. "But what if we could?" I whisper, a spark igniting within. "What if we confront them, bring them into the light?" The idea feels reckless, a wild gamble on the edge of madness, but it was also a chance. A chance to reclaim the pieces of ourselves that were lost in the shadow. We huddle together, a fragile alliance forged in desperation. I can feel the pulse of our hearts, the rhythm of our fear sinking as we plunge into the unknown. I remember, the light, I say, recalling the moment when, in dream, I glimpsed a glimmer of hope, a flicker that beckoned through the darkness. We have to find our light. And so, we forge ahead, stepping into the murky depths of our nightmares. Each heartbeat feels like an echo in the void, our fears entwined, weaving a tapestry of dread, but also, perhaps, of courage. The shadows dance around us, whispering secrets that curl like smoke. They tremble with anticipation, eager to consume us whole. Emily's breath hitches, a gasp caught in her throat. "Do you hear that?" she asks, eyes wide with terror. The silence is thick, punctuated only by the relentless ticking of the clock. A metronome counting down the moments until we face the dark. I remember, I murmur, my voice trembling as I summon the fragments of courage buried deep within. I remember the warmth of the light. It flickers in my chest, igniting hope even as shadows press in, suffocating, whispering of despair. And then we plunge forward, into the darkness, into the unknown, into the dreams that have become our nightmares. As we step into the void, I can almost see the eyes waiting for us, burning, hungry, desperate for our surrender. There is no turning back, only forward, toward the confrontation we have both dreaded and longed for. In that moment, I realize that the path we tread is a loop, a spiral, ever tightening. Each moment echoes into the next, a continuous cycle of fear and courage, shadows and light. The clock keeps ticking, counting down to the moment of reckoning. The demons wait, and we must face them. A shudder ran through the room, as if the very walls were holding their breath, waiting for something dreadful to unfold. The flickering candlelight danced across the faces of the three figures gathered in the cramped space, shadows elongating grotesquely, whispering secrets only the night could understand. In that heavy silence, tension coiled tighter and tighter, a living thing ready to strike. I remember the taste of fear, metallic, like blood on the tongue. I remember how it surged through me, a tidal wave crashing against the shores of my sanity. Marisol stood rigid, her eyes gleaming with an unsettling mix of determination and terror. She was a warrior in her own right, but filled with doubts, each beat of her heart punctuated by memories of past failures. Then there was Jonah, his lean frame hunched in on itself, a man caught in the web of his own choices, wrestling with demons both literal and personal. And me, a reluctant witness, a chaotic blend of longing and revulsion that tied me to them both. The night hummed ominously, every tick of the clock a reminder of our choices. The air was thick with an unseen presence, something ancient and deeply sinister. I could feel it on my skin, a chill that whispered promises of forbidden pleasures and twisted nightmares. Marisol reached for the grimoire, its cracked leather cover whispering of spells long buried, secrets locked away in the dust of centuries. She hesitated, fingers trembling, as if the book could bite. "Do you really want to do this?" I asked, my voice a raw rasp slicing through the silence. Jonah turned to me, eyes darkened by shadows, haunted by the allure of what lay ahead. "What choice do we have? It's either this or..." His voice trailed off, but the implication hung heavy. The world outside was a wasteland of lost hopes, and this cursed artifact might just be our salvation, or our damnation. I remember the first time I felt desire that felt like a curse, a haunting echo of a love long gone. It was not the sweet ache of romance, but the bitter taste of longing mingled with fear. I was reminded of that fleeting moment when Marisol had stood too close, her warmth battling the cold that seeped under my skin. Her laughter could light up the darkest corners of hell, but the shadows behind her eyes told stories of battles fought and lost. She had danced with demons before, and now, she sought to summon one. "Are we ready for this?" she breathed, and I caught the flicker of doubt in her bravado. I could hear the pulse of my own heart, a drumbeat of fear and thrill woven into one. We stood on the precipice of something unspeakable, a convergence of desires, each thread pulling taut, threatening to snap. With every passing moment, the air thickened, saturated with promise and peril. Shadows stretched into grotesque shapes, taunting us with half-formed fears. As Marisol opened the grimoire, the pages crackled like dry leaves underfoot, and I glimpsed symbols that twisted into the dark corners of my mind. In that moment, I realized, this wasn't just about summoning a demon. This was about confronting our own desires, the parts of ourselves we had buried deep beneath layers of shame and societal expectations. Jonah's eyes glimmered with something I couldn't quite place. Was it excitement or despair? I could almost see the battle raging within him, a storm of passion and fear battling for control. "Do you think it'll understand us?" he asked, voice almost a whisper, as if the very mention of the demon would summon it. "Does it even care?" I wanted to reach out, to tell him it would be okay, but we were all teetering on the edge of an abyss, and I wasn't sure we could be pulled back if we fell. We were drawn into this dark dance of power and yearning, each of us flirting with the idea of losing ourselves entirely. Marisol's voice broke through, steady and electric. "We'll bind it to us," she declared, conviction pouring from her like a dark river. "If we can control it, we'll gain what we seek." But what did we seek? Redemption, power, freedom from the chains of our own making. I could feel the weight of our intentions pressing down on me, suffocating in the heat of the moment. A crash echoed from the other room, shattering the tension like glass, and we jumped, hearts racing, adrenaline flooding our veins. Were we alone? Or was something watching, something lurking, just beyond the veil, eager to join our twisted ritual? I wanted to scream, to bolt from the room and hide beneath the safety of mundane reality, but the thrill, the desire, oh, it wrapped around me like chains of silk, seductive and suffocating. I glanced at Jonah, his face pale, mouth a thin line as he wrestled with his demons. I could see the flicker of lust in his eyes, a darkness that called to me. With a trembling breath, I returned my gaze to Marisol. She was ready, a spark of defiance in her stance, but within her lay the echoes of past traumas, stories of rejection and heartbreak, of love twisted into something desperate. The demon's promise lured us, filling the void within, a dark allure that beckoned with the sweet taste of power and pleasure. Marisol plunged her hands into the pages, and the room shuddered, the atmosphere thickening into something tangible. I could feel it, a pulse, a heartbeat of the universe itself, echoing our fears and fantasies. This was it. We had crossed the threshold, entwined in a dance of madness and desire, where sex and demonology collided in a wicked embrace. As the candlelight flickered and shadows danced, the room held its breath, and I was left to wonder, could we control the chaos we were about to unleash? Or would we become the very demons we sought to summon? And in that moment, I felt the cosmos spin around us, a swirling tempest of fate and free will, binding us in a way that felt both terrifying and exhilarating. The darkness was alive, waiting to swallow us whole, and I was caught in its grip, heart racing toward an unknown horizon. The room is dark, a silent tomb where breath hangs heavy in the air, thick with tension. The clock ticks, each second a hammer, pounding against the fragile veneer of peace. I'm awake. I'm awake, but I can't move. The weight of something unseen presses down on my chest, my limbs are leaden, caught in a snare of terror. I remember the shadows, those twisted shapes crawling over the walls like angry whispers, creeping ever closer, their intentions shrouded in dark ambiguity. Sarah is in the corner, frozen in her own horror, wide-eyed and gasping. The innocence of her youth contrasts sharply with the dread that has settled over us like a shroud. She's only 16, yet she carries a burden far too heavy for her delicate shoulders. I want to reach out to her, to tell her she's not alone, but my voice is trapped in the confines of my throat, a scream lodged in the depths of despair. I remember the night before she first confided in me, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's like they're coming for me," she said, her fingers trembling. "I see them every night, waiting for me in the dark. The haunting shadows of her nightmares had crawled from her dreams and wrapped themselves around her waking life, tightening their grip, and I can't help but wonder if I'm next. Across the room, Jack stands, rigid, the flickering candlelight casting grotesque shapes on his face. He's the tough guy, the one who laughs off the darkness. But I know him too well. I've seen the fear lurking in his eyes when the sun dips beneath the horizon. It's just the brain playing tricks, he insists, but I can hear the tremor in his voice, the cracks in his bravado. Sleep paralysis, that's all. His words hang in the air, a feeble shield against the encroaching terror. But the more I hear him say it, the more I feel the cold fingers of despair creeping into my heart. What if it's more? What if it's not just a trick of the mind? What if the shadows are real? The thought pulls at me, gnaws like a ravenous beast. I remember nights spent flipping through pages of dusty tomes, burying myself in the science of sleep, the mechanics of nightmares, REM cycles and hypnagogic hallucinations. Yet nothing could prepare me for the visceral horror of experiencing it firsthand. And then, just like that, the atmosphere shifts. A suffocating darkness envelops us, thick and palpable, as if the very essence of fear has congealed into a living entity. My heart races, a frantic drumbeat echoing in the silence that surrounds us. I can feel the shadows stretching, creeping closer, wrapping around us like a malicious embrace, whispering secrets I dare not hear. I glance at Sarah, her eyes wide with terror, and in that moment, I understand. It's not just the paralysis that holds her captive, it's the weight of fear, the burden of 1,000 whispered worries. She's not just battling the shadows in her mind, she's wrestling with the ghosts of her fears, her insecurities, her pain. I remember the stories she told me about her father's rage, the nights spent cowering in her room, wishing for escape. It's easier to believe it's just a dream, she had said, tears streaming down her cheeks, but it feels like they're real. Jack's laughter, once a shield, now feels like a betrayal. You think it's a real thing? He scoffs, but I see the flicker of doubt in his eyes. It's there, right beneath the surface, the acknowledgement that we are all haunted by our own demons, both waking and sleeping. I remember a time when he spoke of the cosmos, marveling at the vastness of space, yet now he stands here, dwarfed by the enormity of his fear. Suddenly, a low growl reverberates through the room, an ominous sound that sends chills racing down my spine. The shadows swell, twisting and morphing into grotesque caricatures of our fears, and I know, this is no mere figment of our imaginations. It is the manifestation of our collective dread, a force born from our secrets and sorrows. Please, Sarah whimpers, her eyes darting toward me, pleading for reassurance. I want to tell her it will be okay, that we will find a way through this darkness. But the truth is a heavy burden, one I cannot bear to share. What if it isn't okay? What if the darkness consumes us whole, leaving nothing but echoes of our fears behind? Time stretches, a taut string ready to snap. The shadows writhe and pulse, a dark dance of despair, and I feel it, the choking grip of night terrors tightening around us, breathing life into our darkest fears. I remember the stories of old, the myths of the creatures that haunt the night, and how they feed on our fear, growing stronger with each shuddering breath we take. Jack, I finally managed to croak, desperation clawing at my insides. What if it's not just sleep paralysis? What if something is watching us? The words hang in the air, vibrating with the weight of unspoken truths. His bravado crumbles, a mask slipping away. And then, in an instant, everything shifts. The shadows recoil, and an unearthly silence blankets us, the kind that presses against your chest and leaves you gasping. I can feel it, the change, the shift in energy. I remember the stories of fear, the legends that speak of the barriers between worlds thinning at night. The thought sends a shiver coursing through my veins, igniting a primal instinct to flee. But where can we run? The walls close in, a suffocating reminder that there is nowhere to hide from the darkness we carry within. I look at Sarah, at Jack, and in that moment, I realize we are bound together by our fears, our nightmares, a grotesque tapestry woven from the threads of our shared existence. And then, just on the edge of my consciousness, I hear a whisper, a soft, seductive voice that seeps into my mind like a fog, enveloping me in its sinister embrace. You cannot escape, it croons, a chilling lullaby, and for a moment, I am paralyzed, suspended between dread and acceptance. As the shadows close in, I know this is only the beginning. The nightmares are just a breath away, ready to consume us whole. I want to scream, to break free, but the darkness is a cruel mistress, and I feel its icy fingers tightening around my throat, an invitation to descend into the unknown, to confront the horrors lurking just beyond the veil of sleep. In this moment, the lines between reality and nightmare blur, and I am left teetering on the precipice, staring into the abyss, knowing this is not the end, but merely the beginning of an unending cycle. The clock ticks on, each second a reminder of our fragility, and I can only hold my breath as the shadows dance ever closer, ready to engulf us in their eternal embrace. The clock struck midnight, and the neon lights of the city flickered like dying stars in a sky long forgotten. I stood alone, teetering on the edge of the sidewalk, where the shadows curled and coiled like the tendrils of a nightmare. The air buzzed with an electric tension. It was the kind of night that hummed with possibilities, and yet, it felt as if the weight of the world pressed down on my chest, heavy and suffocating. I remember the way the shadows moved, not just cast by the streetlights, but alive, breathing, whispering secrets I was too terrified to hear. And then there was her, Maya, with her raven black hair cascading like a waterfall of ink, eyes that glittered with mischief and a hint of sorrow. She was trouble, wrapped in allure, and I felt her pull from across the street like gravity itself had reached out to snatch me. I remember the first time I had seen her. She had danced into the room, laughter spilling like champagne, and I was captivated. But now, as I watched her swirl through the smoke of the bar, I felt the chill of her darkness. A succubus in every sense of the word, she didn't just seduce, she devoured. Across the bar, Ethan sat hunched over his drink, the flickering candlelight casting flickers of hope and despair across his features. A tortured artist, every stroke of his brush came from the depths of his heart, but tonight, his canvas lay untouched, blank like the void inside him. I could see shadows of unspoken words flickering in his eyes, trapped between what he desired and what he feared. He was drawn to Maya, as moths are to flames, yet he was painfully aware of the burns that came with such proximity. The night began to bleed into chaos. Maya approached Ethan, a predator aware of her power, and I could feel the tension crackling like static electricity. The air thickened, heavy with the scent of desperation and longing. I remember the moment when their eyes locked, a silent communication that sent shivers down my spine. It was beautiful and grotesque, a dance of souls tangled in lust, fear, and the inevitable heartbreak that would come. "Do you even know how dangerous I am?" she teased, her voice a sultry whisper that seemed to drown out the cacophony around us. But I knew. Oh, I knew. Succubi and incubi, flitting through modern media like specters, always embodying the tension of desire and danger. I had read the stories, felt the pulse of their lore in the pages of dusty tomes. They were myths resurrected, yet here was one, breathing, smiling, and utterly enchanting. Ethan's fingers trembled, hovering over the rim of his glass, caught in a web he couldn't escape. "Maybe I'm not afraid to get burned," he replied, defiance sparking in his voice, even as his heart raced in time with the sirens blaring outside. I felt his vulnerability, his longing for connection, but also the tremors of dread that coursed through him. The battle within him was palpable, a silent scream echoing in a world that demanded perfection yet thrived on chaos. I watched as Maya coiled closer, wrapping him in her aura, an intoxicating blend of allure and danger. Her laughter was a siren's song, pulling him deeper into the abyss, and I wanted to shout, to warn him, but what could I say? That I too had danced too close to the fire. That I too had felt the whisper of a succubus in the night, cloaked in velvet darkness. "Are you really ready for this?" I said softly, though I knew they couldn't hear me. My heart banged against my ribs, a desperate rhythm echoing the chaos unfolding before me. I could feel the weight of my own memories, dreams of love that twisted and turned, leaving me gasping for breath in the wake of heartbreak. Maya leaned in, her fingers brushing Ethan's cheek, and I could see the spark in his eyes shift, morphing from caution to reckless abandon. "Let go," she murmured, her breath warm and inviting, casting a spell that pulled him closer, closer. I felt it, the pull of her magic wrapping around him like a shroud, and I wanted to scream, to shake sense into him. But love is a dangerous game, and desire a double-edged sword. The walls around us seemed to close in, faces morphed and swirled, lost in the haze of desire and desperation. Time stretched, twisted, each second a haunting reminder of choices made and unmade. The shadows whispered louder now, a cacophony of warnings drowned in the melody of night. "Just one kiss," she coaxed, her eyes ablaze with a hunger that was both terrifying and intoxicating. I wanted to reach out, to pull Ethan back from the precipice, but how could I? He was already tumbling, spiraling, chasing the elusive thrill that might bring him peace, or shatter him entirely. The world blurred, and I found myself alone, teetering on a chasm of emotion. I felt the weight of every stolen moment, every longing glance that had slipped away. I remember nights spent waiting for a call, the echo of hearts breaking filling the silence louder than any voice. Maya was the nightmare that haunted my dreams, and yet, here I was, unable to look away from the destruction unfurling before me. The bar pulsed with life as if it were a living entity, and I felt the weight of its pulse merge with my own. I was too close, too tangled in their desires, and yet I couldn't escape the pull of this dark romance that felt so achingly familiar. The clock continued its relentless march, and I could feel time slipping away like grains of sand in an hourglass. Maya leaned closer, her lips mere inches from Ethan's, the anticipation palpable, electric, a spark that could ignite flames or extinguish them forever. I held my breath, caught in the storm of emotions swirling around me, the tension so thick it was almost suffocating. Would he step back, heart racing, or plunge headfirst into the abyss, chasing a fleeting dream that could consume him whole? The choice was his, and I felt the weight of it pressing down on us all. Would he be another victim of desire, lost in a maze of shadows and whispers, or would he find his way back to the light? The answer lay there, suspended in the air, waiting for that one fragile moment to shatter everything, waiting for the kiss that would ignite the chaos. The room is suffocating, cloaked in a darkness that presses against the skin, thick and humid. I can barely breathe, and then, just like that, the weight of silence hangs heavy in the air. I remember the sound of my own heartbeat, hammering in my ears, each pulse a reminder of the dread curling in my gut. It's midnight, and I can't shake the feeling that something is lurking just beyond the flickering shadows. I can't escape the thought that it's watching me, too. Clara, sitting curled on the edge of the bed, glances toward the corner where the darkness converges into a shape. Her eyes, wide and glistening, search for something, someone, in the depths of night, as if the shadows themselves might spill secrets. She's always been stubborn, that girl, fighting her own demons with a fiery spirit that sometimes burns too close to the skin. "It's just a dream," she whispers, her voice barely a breath. But I know, we both know, that dreams can morph into nightmares, and the line between the two is razor thin. The clock on the wall ticks loudly, each stroke echoing like a drumbeat of impending doom. I choke on the tension, grasping for the words to soothe her, but they scatter like autumn leaves in a tempest. "You can't keep running from them," I finally manage, my tone a mixture of desperation and desperation. There's a vulnerability in her gaze, a flicker of recognition, and I wonder if she feels the same gnawing fear I do. Then there's Jacob, pacing the cramped space, his shadow stretching across the wall like a living thing. His hands shake as he pulls at his hair, the frantic movement a reflection of the turmoil raging inside. I can't sleep, he snaps, voice raw with exhaustion, and when I do, they come for me. I know what he means. The dream demons, those twisted remnants of our own fears, haunt him, clawing at the edges of his sanity with their icy fingers. Every night is a battle, an unending war waged in the silence of his mind. I remember the first time they came, he says, his voice trembling. I was lost in a city that felt like a graveyard, every street a reminder of what I can't escape. The memory flashes in his eyes, a storm brewing beneath the surface. The shadows were alive, reaching out to grab me. I thought I was going to die. I can't help but feel the chill of his words seep into my bones. But you're here, I whisper, desperately trying to anchor him to the moment, to this reality, even as the line between our worlds begins to blur. You survived. For a moment, the tension eases, but it's a fleeting reprieve. Clara's breathing quickens again, her hands trembling as she grips the blanket tightly, knuckles white with fear. The air feels electric, thickening with every heartbeat, every shared glance, a sense of foreboding that coils around us like a noose. What if they come for me tonight? She murmurs, voice quaking like a fragile leaf caught in the wind. We'll face them together, I promise, though even I can hear the tremor in my voice, the unsteady foundation of my own resolve. In the dark, the demons feel closer than ever, their presence a weight pressing down on our chests, squeezing the breath from our lungs. I remember the stories my grandmother told me as a child, tales of ancient spirits and lost souls that roamed the night, searching for those who dared to dream. They feed off your fears, she used to say, her voice low and conspiratorial, and the more you fear them, the stronger they become. The echoes of her words weave through my mind now, hauntingly relevant, a chilling mantra that reverberates within the stillness. A sudden gust of wind rattles the window, and Clara jumps, eyes widening with terror. I can almost see the specters dancing in her gaze, the fear manifesting into something tangible, something that feels all too real. What if we can't fight them? She gasps, the raw emotion spilling over like a broken dam. Jacob steps closer, his presence a shield against the shadows. We have to fight. We have to believe we can. But I see the doubt flickering in his eyes, the fear threatening to consume him whole. In this moment, I want nothing more than to reach out and pull them both close, to wrap them in a cocoon of warmth against the cold reality of our fears. But the shadows are breathing now, whispering secrets that tug at the edges of our sanity. They remind us of our vulnerabilities, our pasts, a past that never quite stays buried. Sometimes, I think I can hear them, I confess, the admission escaping before I can catch it. The whispers in the night, calling my name. The confession hangs heavy in the air, a thread unraveling the fabric of our fragile hope. Clara's eyes widen, a flicker of understanding passing between us. You feel it too, she breathes, the realization dawning like a dark sunrise. The shadows shift, restless, eager, and the clock ticks on, each moment stretching infinitely, a cruel reminder of time slipping through our fingers. The demons are here, lurking just beneath the surface, ready to swallow us whole if we let them. Together, Jacob repeats, clenching his fists, as if willing strength into the air. We can face them. But the bravado is thin, like a fragile thread straining against the weight of our fears. The room trembles with unspoken words, our hearts pounding against the backdrop of the darkness. We are standing on a precipice, the void yawning before us, a chasm of uncertainty and dread. But in that moment, I know we must confront what haunts us. We must give names to our fears, drag them into the light where they can no longer thrive. And as I look into Clara's eyes, I see the flicker of determination mirrored there, a spark igniting against the encroaching shadows. We may be flawed, broken in our own ways, but together, we are a force to be reckoned with, a beacon of hope against the overwhelming tide of despair. Let's face them, I murmur, feeling the weight of those words settle into the depths of my soul. The dream demons may be lurking, but tonight, we refuse to let them win. Tonight, we will fight. The air hangs thick, cloying like the aftermath of a thunderstorm, heavy with unspoken fears. I can still hear her screams echoing through the dilapidated hallways of the old asylum, a symphony of torment that feels etched into the very walls themselves. It was the last night they would ever hear her laugh, the last night before the shadows took hold, before the cosmos tilted, and everything, every fragile thread of sanity, began to unravel. I stood there, heart racing, a silent witness to the chaos as Camilla thrashed against the restraints, her eyes wide, pupils pinpricks of darkness. Get out. Get out. He's coming for me. She was not just a friend. She was a piece of my soul, and in that moment, I could feel her slipping away. The doctors called it a psychotic break, a mere symptom of the mind's fragility, but deep inside, buried beneath the layers of my skepticism, a whisper grew louder. Could it be more? Beside me, Ethan, her older brother, clutched the back of his neck, fingers digging into flesh like he was trying to pull away the weight of responsibility. I should have seen it, he muttered, voice thick with desperation. I should have known. I could feel his shame radiating off him, a palpable thing that filled the room, twisting the air. The flickering fluorescent lights above cast eerie shadows that danced like the memories of happier times, before the darkness crept in. I remember the laugh we used to share, a sweet sound that flowed like honey, a sound that should have been preserved in a glass jar, away from the world's cruelty. But now, that laughter was replaced by the guttural growls that seeped from Camilla's throat, a sound that clawed at the edges of my mind, pushing me closer to the brink of madness. Help me, she croaked, her voice transformed into something unrecognizable, something that made my skin crawl. Ethan's eyes, once filled with warmth, now burned with the fire of despair. This isn't my sister, he whispered, a confession that shattered the air between us. Maybe it's not just a disorder. Maybe, his thoughts trailed off into the abyss, leaving a void that echoed with possibilities too horrifying to contemplate. In moments like these, time becomes a cruel illusion. A clock ticks somewhere in the distance, but each tick feels more like the warning drum of a funeral procession than the passage of time. It's just her mind. I wanted to scream, to deny the gnawing thought that had wrapped itself around my heart. But there was that fleeting moment, the flicker of something ancient in her eyes, something that screamed of a different kind of possession. I felt it too, a sickening twist in my stomach, a realization that rattled my bones. Was it demons or despair that held her? The weight of history hung in the air, thick with generations of fear and misunderstanding. I thought of the stories I had read, of people lost to the abyss, of exorcisms performed in whispered tones, of priests wielding holy water as if it were a shield. I thought of demons, lurking in shadows, waiting for a crack in the mind's fortress to slip through, just as the mental illness had, weaving its tendrils into the very fabric of her existence, blurring the lines between the sacred and the profane. Ethan, I said, my voice a fragile thing, what if it's both? The idea shocked me, sharp as a knife. What if the screams were the lost echoes of a mind battling unseen forces? What if the shadows that danced in her eyes were not merely a trick of the light, but something ancient, something that lived in the void, waiting for a chance to consume? His gaze met mine, and for a second, we were bound by a shared terror, a fear that twisted around our hearts like a vine, squeezing tighter with each new realization. You don't believe in that stuff, do you? He asked, a flicker of hope wrapped in disbelief. I could see it in his eyes. A flicker of denial, a desperate clinging to logic in the face of the unexplainable. I don't know what to believe anymore, I breathed, feeling the weight of truth settle heavily upon me. And just like that, the atmosphere shifted, thickened. Camilla's cries grew more frantic, twisting into a chorus of despair that pierced through our fragile resolve. You're all going to die, she shrieked, eyes rolling back, revealing nothing but white. I could see the room dimming, shadows lengthening as if reaching for us. Ethan staggered back, horror painting his features. "Get away from her," he shouted, stepping toward her, a primal urge to protect rising from the depths of his being. But the shadows didn't just cling to Camilla, they began to creep toward him, and I could only watch as the darkness wrapped around his feet, yanking him into oblivion. I remember gasping, the air sucked from my lungs, my heart pounding in a frantic rhythm that echoed the chaos around us. I wanted to scream, to pull him back, but I was paralyzed by the overwhelming sense that our fates were intertwined, that we were all connected in this tapestry of fear, a web spun with threads of sanity and madness, of love and loss. Camilla's laughter rang out suddenly, sharp and crystalline, echoing through the hall like a bell tolling for the damned. "No one can save you. You're mine." And in that moment, I felt reality shift, the ground beneath me tremble, as if the world itself was cracking, threatening to swallow us whole. No answers came, just heavy silence, the kind that blankets the mind in shadows, a smothering cloak of uncertainty. Was it possession? Was it a disorder? I couldn't tell anymore. Couldn't differentiate between the screams of madness and a soul ensnared in otherworldly chains. As the lights flickered again, I could feel the cool breath of something ancient sweep through the room, wrapping around my throat like a noose. Time had lost all meaning. Seconds stretched into eternity, moments merged into one unending nightmare. Something had to give, something had to break. But in that eerie silence, as the world around us fell into chaos, one truth rang clear. The darkness was not waiting for dawn. It was here, it was now, and it was hungry. And as the shadows danced and Camilla's laughter echoed through the halls, we stood on the precipice of a truth too terrifying to fathom, gripped by an uncertainty that would haunt us forever. The clock strikes 3, a merciless hour where shadows dance with the ghosts of forgotten desires. I stand frozen in the flickering light of a dying candle, the scent of melted wax thick in the air, mixing with the musty smell of old books, and something more sinister, something alive. She looms before me, the silhouette of a woman with eyes as deep as night, a succubus weaving dreams as fragile as gossamer threads. I know she's here to feed, to siphon the very essence of my longing, but beneath her alluring exterior, I sense a tempest of emptiness, a hunger that is as much for power as it is for affection. "Do you want me?" Her voice is soft, a velvet caress that sends chills down my spine. I feel a pull, like the tides drawn by the moon's relentless whisper. But I also feel the chains that bind me to my own fear, my own insecurities. In the shadows, I see him, a figure haunting the edges of my consciousness. An incubus with a smile that promises salvation yet hints at destruction. He thrives on the chaos of my emotions, feeding off the turbulent undercurrents that rage within. I remember, I whisper, the words escaping my lips like a plea, "The first time I wanted you both." The memory is a blur of heat and desperation, the wild thrumming of my heart echoing against the walls of my mind. I was swept away in a flood of lust, the kind that leaves you gasping for breath, drowning in the depths of desire. But now, standing between them, I feel the weight of power dynamics that twist like thorns around my soul. "Everything you want is a lie," the succubus hisses, her form shifting, morphing into every beautiful face I've ever desired, taunting me with their unattainable perfection. "You think you're the one in control. But you're just a player in a game you don't even understand." Her laughter wraps around me, and I find myself trembling, caught between the irresistible draw of her seduction and the suffocating grip of truth. "Don't listen to her," the incubus interjects, his voice a low growl, rich with temptation. "She's just bitter, because she knows the power lies with you." His eyes glint like shards of broken glass, sharp and dangerous, cutting through the pretense of choice. "You control the narrative, not her. They'll always want what you have. Desire is a game, and you hold the cards. But what if the cards are marked? What if I am nothing more than a pawn? a fragile piece in a game played by beings who feast on my vulnerabilities. The air thickens with tension as I wrestle with the truth that strangles my heart. This isn't just about passion, it's about domination, about the power that shifts and sways like a pendulum between us. I remember the thrill. I breathe, each word a blade slicing through the fog. The excitement of being desired, of being chased. There's a pulse of longing, a memory of what it felt like to be wanted, to have someone ache for my very existence. And yet, the thrill falters, revealing the horror beneath. What did I sacrifice for that desire? What parts of my soul were left behind, scattered like ashes in the wind? The succubus steps closer, her presence intoxicating, an elixir of sin and secrecy. You think you understand us, she mocks, her voice a seductive murmur, dripping with contempt. You think you can wield our power as a weapon, when it is you who is weaponized against yourself. She reaches out, a fingertip brushing against my skin, igniting a wildfire of sensations that smolder beneath my very being. You crave the thrill of being wanted, but what happens when desire morphs into desperation? I shudder, a haunting realization creeping in. The line between wanting and needing has blurred until it's unrecognizable. The incubus watches, an intrigued glint in his eyes, feasting on my turmoil as if it fuels him. You are the master of your fate, yet shackled by your desires, he taunts, a predator reveling in the scent of prey. I remember laughter that echoes through the hallways of my mind, memories tinged with both joy and despair. The lovers I've had, the moments stolen under the cover of night, all intricately woven into the fabric of my identity. But those moments also carry a weight, an unbearable gravity that pulls me down, down into darkness. My heart races, caught between the allure of their power and the chains of my own making. Choice is an illusion, the succubus whispers, her breath warm against my ear. Every kiss, every touch is a transaction. You give, we take. And what of your soul? The words linger like a poisoned chalice, threatening to spill over, to drown me in the very essence of my sacrifice. No more lies, I manage to gasp, a surge of defiance surging through me. The fight within flickers, igniting a small flame against the encroaching darkness. I refuse to be a vessel for your hunger. I won't be the puppet in your play. Yet, even as I speak, doubt gnaws at my resolve. Am I strong enough to break free? Or will I forever dance in the shadows of their desires? The air thickens with an almost electric tension, each heartbeat a countdown to a reckoning that hangs in the balance. Then what will you choose? The incubus challenges, a smirk playing on his lips, his presence like a storm ready to erupt. To fight or to submit? The thrill is intoxicating, isn't it? But remember, every choice has its price. As I stand between them, the night deepens, the shadows stretching around us like dark tendrils reaching for the light. I feel the weight of their gazes, a mixture of predation and something akin to longing. In that moment, all I can do is breathe, the air heavy with the scent of battle, of hearts laid bare and souls entwined. I stand at the precipice, the abyss below whispering promises of both ecstasy and despair. And as the clock ticks on, I realize this is only the beginning. The game of power, of desire, is nothing but an endless cycle, a ceaseless waltz of succubi and incubi, of yearning and heartbreak. The lines are blurred, the stakes are high, and the narrative is mine to control. Or so I tell myself as the candle flickers one last time, plunging us into darkness. The choice lingers, suspended in the air, and I can only wonder how far I'll fall before I find my wings. The clock struck midnight, its haunting chime echoing through the empty room like the final breath of a fading nightmare. I shivered, the air thick with an electric tension that felt alive, as if every shadow cast upon the walls was whispering secrets I was too afraid to hear. Outside, the city lay shrouded in darkness, a labyrinth of stories unwritten, yet here I sat, a prisoner of my own making. The candles flickered, their flames dancing like restless spirits, casting grotesque shadows that twisted and turned. I felt the weight of anticipation pressing down on me, a heavy blanket that smothered hope and doused courage. In the corner, Jessica knelt, her eyes wide and glazed over, searching for something beyond this world. She whispered incantations like a desperate prayer, her voice trembling with an urgency that sent chills racing down my spine. I wanted to scream, to pull her back from the brink of whatever abyss she was teetering on, but a part of me was entranced, caught in the web of her determination. She was searching for the succubi and incubi, those ancient spirits that played with desire and despair, and I couldn't help but feel that she was inviting something dark and insatiable into our lives. "Don't you see?" she murmured, her face illuminated by candlelight, her features a blend of beauty and madness. "They can give us what we've always wanted: connection, understanding, the raw pleasure of existence." I wanted to shake her, to remind her of the price she might pay, but the truth was, I was drawn to her conviction, like a moth to the flame. I had my own demons, my own unfulfilled desires gnawing at the edges of my soul, and the thought of summoning a being that might grant me solace, even for a moment, was intoxicating. And then there was Alex, pacing restlessly. His hands ran through his hair, frustration and fear clashing in his stormy gaze. He'd always been the voice of reason, but tonight, reason felt like a distant echo. "Jess, this isn't some game. You don't know what you're inviting here. These creatures," his voice broke, an emotion so raw and palpable that it made my heart ache. "They feed on chaos. They thrive on our darkest fears." The clock ticked mockingly, each second stretching into eternity. "I remember," I whispered, a ghost of a memory surfacing, a time before the shadows had claimed us. I remembered laughter spilling into the night, shared stories by the bonfire, the warmth of companionship. But those days felt like they belonged to someone else, another life, distant and unreachable. Now, it was as if the universe had conspired against us, weaving threads of desire and fear into a tapestry that bound us together in this wretched moment. "Help me call them," Jessica urged, her desperation clawing at my heart. "We can understand them. We can control them." Her voice was a siren's song, luring us deeper into the abyss. Images flooded my mind: lost souls, restless spirits, lovers entwined in torment. I imagined their laughter mingling with the cries of the damned, a beautiful symphony of pleasure and pain, and it terrified me. Yet, I felt the pull, the insatiable hunger for understanding that gnawed at my insides like the cold fingers of the dead. Alex caught my gaze, his eyes pleading, begging me to help him pull her back from the edge. A battle raged within me, fear and desire clashing like thunder and lightning. This was more than a ritual. It was a gamble with our very souls. "What if they don't come?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. The question hung in the air, heavy with unspoken dread. "They will," Jessica replied, a fierce spark igniting in her eyes. "They are always watching, always waiting." The shadows in the room seemed to pulse, growing thicker, wrapping around us like a lover's embrace, suffocating and intoxicating. I couldn't decide if I was more afraid of the dark forces we might awaken, or of the tragic beauty of what they could offer. The candles flickered violently, and the air crackled, an omen of what was to come. It felt as if the universe held its breath, waiting for us to make our next move. In that electric silence, I heard the faintest whisper, a call from the beyond, seductive and chilling. My heart raced, pounding in my chest like a prisoner desperate for freedom. "Are you ready?" Jessica's question was both a challenge and a promise. I could see the fire in her eyes, the madness that danced on the edge of sanity. She was a moth drawn to the flame, and I felt the heat radiating from her, pulling me closer. But what was I willing to lose to satisfy this hunger? The shadows stirred, and I felt a presence, a darkness that seeped into my bones, whispering secrets I dared not comprehend. I could feel it wrapping around my heart, tightening like a noose. I remembered all the nights I lay awake, haunted by desires I couldn't name, dreams tainted by an insatiable longing. Was this what we were inviting? Was this the price of connection? And then Alex grabbed my arm, his grip fierce and desperate. No. We can't do this. We can't let them in. But the fear in his voice only fueled my longing. I wanted to taste the darkness, to feel the ecstasy of surrender. Jess, please, he pleaded, but his eyes betrayed him. I could see the flicker of curiosity, the hunger for understanding lurking beneath his fear. It was there, in the fading light, that I realized we were not merely pawns in this game. We were players, each of us holding the pieces of our own destruction. The clock continued its relentless ticking, seconds turning into minutes, and with each passing moment, the boundaries between us and the shadows blurred. Are we ready to dance with the demons? I thought, breathless at the thought of crossing that threshold. The fabric of reality felt thin, fraying at the edges, as if the very air around us was charged with a sinister promise. There was no escaping it, no turning back now. We were bound together by a desire that transcended the mundane, a yearning for the extraordinary, no matter the cost. As Jessica began her chant anew, the atmosphere shifted, an unseen force crackling with energy, and I could feel the anticipation of the unknown washing over us like a dark tide. This was more than just a ritual. It was the heady rush of surrendering to something greater than ourselves. And in that moment, as shadows danced along the walls, I realized we were not just inviting spirits into our lives, we were courting madness, embracing the chaos that thrummed beneath our skin. Our hearts beat as one, fearful, hungry, and alive, waiting for the storm to break. It starts with a scream, a sound so raw it cuts through the fog of night like a shard of glass. The moon hangs heavy in the sky, casting long shadows that dance across the room, and there, in the center of it all, lies Jason, thrashing in his bed, his sheets twisted and tangled like a shipwrecked sailor clinging to wreckage. His breath comes in desperate gasps, each inhalation a reminder of the nightmare that has wrapped itself around him like a serpent, squeezing the life from his chest. I remember, he cries, his voice a strangled whisper that echoes against the walls, bouncing back at him, taunting, mocking. He remembers the face, the eyes filled with a darkness that seemed endless, a void that whispered secrets only the damned could understand. He remembers the fire, the consuming heat that licked at his skin, leaving behind nothing but a memory of pain, a nightmare that feels more real than the world outside his window. In the corner, a clock ticks, its rhythmic pulse a metronome of dread. Each second stretches into an eternity, and with every tick, the shadows sway, growing taller, darker. They are alive, those shadows, filled with the weight of unspoken fears. They whisper to him about what he cannot escape, the dreams that haunt him, the memories that bleed together, until he can no longer distinguish between the living and the lost. And then there's Claire, poised on the edge of the bed, her heart racing, caught between the instinct to flee and the urge to comfort. She is a lighthouse in his storm, yet she feels the chill seeping into her bones. Jason, wake up, she pleads, but the words hang in the air, useless against the tempest of his mind. Each syllable is a lifeline thrown into an ocean of despair, but he thrashes further away, lost in the waves of his own creation. I remember, he gasps again, and Claire feels it, that weight in the air, a heaviness that is almost palpable, a tension that wraps around her throat. She wants to shake him, to pull him from this abyss, but she knows he must fight this battle alone. I remember the fire, he screams, and with that, the room ignites with his memories. Flames engulf them, devouring everything in their wake. She watches as reality twists, the walls collapsing, the ceiling curling like paper under heat. What had once been a sanctuary is now a battlefield, and she sees the truth, how dreams and nightmares twist together, a cruel dance that teeters on the edge of sanity. She remembers her own sleepless nights, the ghosts that skim the surface of her consciousness, the worries that gnaw like rats at the edges of her mind. Jason, please, she begs. Come back to me. But he is lost, a sailor adrift in a tempest. I can't escape, he cries, and those words stab at her heart, sharp and unyielding. The truth is, she can't escape either. She bears the weight of her own ghosts, the memories of a father who left without a goodbye and the mother who filled the silence with empty promises. Each night is a reminder of what could have been, what should have been, and as she watches him writhe in agony, she feels the icy grip of her own fear tightening around her throat. In this surreal moment, time distorts, the clock ticks louder, a countdown to an unknown fate. Each tick becomes a heartbeat, each heartbeat a reminder of their fragility. She wonders if they are both caught in a dream, an endless loop of pain that wraps around them like a vine, squeezing tighter with every second, trapping them in a nightmare of their own making. Wake up, she shouts, but the scream is swallowed by the shadows, drowning in the darkness. The room grows colder, the air heavy with unspoken words, with regrets that hang like cobwebs in the corners. The fear of the unknown is palpable, thick like fog, and Claire can't shake the feeling that they are on the brink of something monumental, a reckoning that looms just beyond the threshold of consciousness. A shiver runs down her spine as she feels a flicker of something, a shadow flickering at the edges of her vision. It's a reminder of the things left unsaid, the dreams left unfulfilled. What if? The question lingers, ghost-like, a specter that dances just out of reach. It is the unending question that haunts them both, a shadow that stretches long across the floor, the fear of the dreams that never came to pass. As if sensing her distress, Jason's body convulses, and suddenly, he is still. Silence blankets the room, thick and suffocating. Claire holds her breath, the weight of the moment pressing down on her chest. Has he finally slipped away into oblivion? Jason, she whispers, her heart pounding like a war drum in the stillness. A flicker of movement, and his eyes snap open, wide and wild, the darkness within them swirling like a stormy sea. For a heartbeat, time freezes, and they are locked in an embrace of fear and hope, a fragile moment where dreams and reality intertwine. I saw them, he whispers, his voice trembling as if the very fabric of their world hangs by a thread. They were waiting for me. Waiting for us. Claire's heart races, an erratic rhythm that syncs with his panic. Who, she asks, though she fears the answer. The shadows seem to pulse and breathe around them, a living tapestry of their fears, and she feels the grip of that darkness tightening once more. I don't know, he murmurs, his voice cracking under the weight of the unknown. But they know. And suddenly, the room feels smaller, the walls closing in with a tightening grip, as if the very universe conspired to trap them within this moment of unending dread. They are bound together by their fears, their dreams, their nightmares, and the clock ticks on, a reminder that time does not wait, that reality blurs at the edges, and the shadows whisper secrets only they can hear. As the clock strikes midnight, the room fractures, the boundaries of their world bending under the pressure of unfulfilled dreams. Fear coils around their hearts, an ever-tightening knot. This is not the end, but the beginning of something vast, an ocean of nightmares that stretches into infinity. The clock struck midnight, its hollow chime echoing through the empty halls like a muted scream, a warning resonating deep within the marrow of my bones. I stood at the edge of the dimly lit room, heart pounding, the air thick with the scent of burnt sage and something darker, something that curled around my throat like a vice. Shadows danced on the walls, flickering in and out of existence, like the faces of those who had come before me, their whispers echoing in my mind. Lilu was across the room, her hands trembling as she clutched a tattered book, pages yellowed with age, the spine cracked and worn. Are you sure we should do this? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper, quaking with the weight of forgotten fears. I could see the glimmer of doubt in her eyes, the uncertainty that gnawed at her soul. She was never one for the supernatural, but desperation had driven her here. What if they come for us? They already have, Lilu, I replied, my tone sharper than I intended, the frustration bubbling beneath the surface. Every night, they come. Every night, I wake up screaming. I was tired, so tired, of the relentless parade of demons that haunted my dreams, their grotesque forms twisting and writhing, their laughter echoing like a siren's call, beckoning me into the abyss. I had read the tales, the rituals, the sacred practices that promised to ward off these dream demons, but each night felt like a battle I was losing. There are rituals, I said, almost to myself, clutching at the desperate hope that burned in my chest. Old rituals. They say if we light the black candles and chant the words, the demons will be banished. My fingers brushed the cool wax, and I felt a shiver run through me, like a dark promise lingering just beyond the veil of reality. They say it's the only way. My gaze shifted to Jonah, standing by the window, staring out into the abyss of the night. His silhouette was stark against the moonlight, a lone warrior battling his own demons. He had lost his brother to the darkness, a night that replayed in his mind like a broken record, echoes of laughter morphing into cries for help. "You can't bring him back," he had told me once, his voice heavy with grief. "You can only forget." But forgetting was a luxury none of us could afford. "Jonah, we need you," I urged, my voice a desperate plea, a lifeline thrown into the stormy sea of his sorrow. "You can help us. You know the words." He turned, his eyes clouded with remembrance, haunted by shadows of the past. He remembered the nights spent whispering incantations, drawing symbols in the dirt, believing they could keep the real horrors at bay. But belief had slipped through our fingers like sand, and now we were left with nothing but fear. As the candles flickered to life, their flames wavered, casting eerie shapes that danced like specters around us. I began to chant the words, my voice trembling as if each syllable bore the weight of the world. "By the light of this flame, I bind you. By the shadows that linger, I cast you away." The air thickened, charged with energy, resonating with the pulse of something ancient, something primal. And then, the whispers started. They crept into my mind, slithering through the cracks of my sanity, each one a promise of despair. "You think you can escape us," a voice hissed, a cacophony of voices layered like the echoes of a long-forgotten chant. "You are ours." My heart raced, panic clawing at my throat as I tried to ground myself, to remember the purpose of this ritual, to banish the darkness before it consumed us whole. "Keep going," Lila shouted, her voice cutting through the rising tide of terror. "Don't stop. We can do this." But Jonah stood frozen, his eyes wide, lost in the memory of a face he could never again touch. The room was filled with a palpable dread, each heartbeat a drum roll heralding the arrival of the very demons we sought to expel. I chanted louder, the words tumbling from my lips in a frantic rush, desperation fueling my every breath. "By the moon above and the stars that shine, I command you to leave, for you are not mine." The candles flickered violently before extinguishing, plunging us into an abyss of darkness, and for a moment, I felt the weight of 1,000 eyes boring into my soul. The temperature dropped, a chill that seeped into my bones, and I could almost hear the laughter, taunting and cruel, like shards of glass piercing my heart. I stumbled backward, my hands brushing against the cold stone wall, grounding me in the face of the unknown. "Jonah!" I screamed, but he stood still, locked in that moment of agony where love and loss collided like thunder. "You have to fight. You can't let them take you." Suddenly, the room was alive with shadows, swirling and twisting, as if the very fabric of reality was tearing apart. I could feel them creeping closer, real and tangible, their grotesque faces leering, their hands reaching toward us, hungry for despair. "You think you can erase us," they sneered, voices dripping with malice. "You think you can run." With a surge of determination, I lunged toward Jonah, grasping his shoulders, shaking him as if I could rattle the ghosts from his mind. "Fight. Fight with us." And he blinked, the light returning to his eyes as he found that flicker of resolve, the ember buried deep beneath the ashes of grief. For my brother, he whispered, and in that moment, we became a force of defiance against the onslaught of darkness. Together, we chanted, breathless and raw, our voices rising like a storm. By the strength of our hearts, by the bonds that we share, we banish the shadows, we banish despair. With each word, I felt the air shift, the weight of the presence around us faltering, retreating into the corners of the room, shrinking away from the light of our resolve. But just as victory seemed within reach, a sudden, deafening silence fell, a heavy pause that suffocated our breaths. Shadows curled in on themselves and then lunged at us, an avalanche of despair that threatened to swallow us whole. "You cannot escape," they roared, their voices a cacophony that reverberated through our very souls. I was terrified, but I wouldn't stop. I couldn't stop. As the walls quaked and the floor trembled beneath our feet, I whispered the final incantation, the words spilling from my lips like a lifeline tossed into a raging sea. "By the fire that binds us, by the love that ignites, we cast you to darkness, we claim back our nights." And as the last syllable left my mouth, a blinding light erupted, a surge of warmth that enveloped us in its embrace, driving the shadows back into the void from whence they came. But the battle was far from over. The demons may have retreated, but the scars of their presence lingered, etched into the very fabric of our being. We were still standing on the edge of the abyss, and the night was still alive with whispers of what had come before. As the moon hung high in the sky, a silent witness, I knew this was just the beginning, an endless loop of fear and defiance, a ritual that would never truly end. The clock kept ticking, and with it, our hearts raced, forever entwined in the dance between light and darkness. The clock struck midnight, and in that haunting hour, the world lay cloaked in shadows, only broken by the flickering of a street lamp, and I in the dark, watching, waiting. I stood there, heart pounding, as if it could break through my ribcage, each beat echoing like a war drum in the silence. The night was thick with a tension, so palpable it felt like a living thing, coiling around me, whispering secrets I dared not uncover. It was a night of reckoning, a night when dreams walked the earth. I remember the first time I met Clara. Her laughter cut through the haze of my dreams, bright and fierce like a lighthouse in a stormy sea. But even then, I sensed the disquiet beneath her smile. We were inseparable friends, clinging to each other, as if we could shield ourselves from the encroaching darkness that loomed at the edges of our lives. Yet, secrets have a way of festering, cloaked in shadows until they are ready to burst forth, exposing the raw, bleeding truth. Clara had been haunted by dreams, night after night. She would wake in a cold sweat, her eyes wide and wild, words tumbling from her lips like a broken dam. "They are coming," she would whisper, her voice trembling, "the shadows, they want something." I would hold her close, every word resonating deep inside me, a frantic plea to believe her, to save her from whatever horror lurked behind her closed eyelids. But how do you fight a darkness you can't see? And then there was Jonah. His presence was a storm, wild, chaotic, and impossible to ignore. He wore his heart like a shield, brimming with bravado, masking his fears with every sarcastic quip. "Dreams are just your brain playing dress-up," he'd scoff, lighting a cigarette, exhaling smoke that curled like tendrils reaching into the night. Yet, even he couldn't escape the pull of the unknown. One night, I found him on the rooftop, the city sprawling beneath us like a living tapestry woven with dreams and nightmares. "You ever think maybe they're not just dreams?" he murmured, staring at the stars like they were ancient gods, holding court in the heavens. I thought of Clara, her whispers spilling forth like shards of glass, cutting into the fabric of reality, and I shivered. "I remember," he said suddenly, as if reading my thoughts, "the dream where I was falling. No ground, just the abyss." It felt so real, like I was suspended in time. There was a haunting intensity in his eyes, a raw vulnerability that shattered his bravado. "What if dreams are memories of our past lives?" he asked, the question hanging heavy, suffocating yet exhilarating. I wanted to laugh, to dismiss the notion as absurd, but a voice inside urged caution. What if there was truth buried in the absurdity? What if Clara's dreams weren't mere figments of her imagination, but echoes of a past that reached through time, clawing at her heart? I felt the weight of their significance pressing down on my chest, each breath a struggle against the inescapable tide of fear. That night, the air grew thick with unease, weaving between us like a tapestry of unspoken fears. I watched as Clara drifted into a dream-laden slumber, her fingers twitching, the lines of her face etched with dread. Shadows danced in the corners of my mind, teasing my thoughts, coaxing me into the abyss of our childhood fantasies, the monsters under the bed, the ghosts in the attic. But those were just stories, right? Just remnants of our innocence, long buried beneath layers of adulthood. I remember the moment it happened, the night the dreams turned into something far more sinister. Clara woke screaming, her voice slicing through the night like a blade, and I rushed to her side, my pulse racing. "They are here," she gasped, eyes wide, a tempest of emotion. I saw them, they were waiting for me. Jonah appeared in the doorway, his bravado stripped away, revealing raw fear. "What do you mean?" His voice trembled like a fragile leaf caught in a storm. Clara's eyes darted to us, wild, unmoored. "The shadows," she whispered, "they are not just dreams. They are memories, Jonah. Memories of what we lost." In that moment, the pieces fell together, like shards of glass in a shattered mirror. Each dream a portal to another life, another time, begging us to remember, to confront the ghosts lurking in the corners of our souls. It was as if the very cosmos had conspired to gather us there, at the crossroads of fear and revelation, where night met dawn in a cataclysm of emotions. "Clara, you have to fight it," I urged, desperation clawing at my throat. But even as I spoke, I felt the shadows creeping in, an overwhelming tide threatening to pull us under. The air crackled with electricity, a storm brewing on the horizon, and I knew we were standing on the precipice of something vast and terrifying. Jonah reached for Clara, his hands trembling, and in that moment, I saw the fractures in their souls, two broken pieces searching for solace in each other. "What if they are trying to tell us something?" he whispered, his voice steady but laced with fear. "What if we have to confront them?" The shadows writhed, and I felt the uncertainty gnawing at me like a hungry beast. We were not just three friends caught in a tangle of dreams and nightmares. We were the embodiment of dreams, fleeting, haunting, elusive. Each heartbeat echoed louder, a countdown to the inevitable confrontation, the moment when dreams and reality would collide, leaving nothing but chaos in their wake. I remember standing there, the weight of the moment pressing down on us, a storm of emotions swirling in the air. What if Clara was right? What if the shadows weren't just figments of our imagination, but echoes of lives lived before? A history we were meant to reconcile, a legacy of pain and love intertwined in the fabric of our existence. And then the shadows closed in, wrapping around us like a suffocating shroud, their whispers a haunting melody echoing through the night. Time warped, stretched, and in the heart of it all, we were left searching for meaning among the wreckage of our dreams, running towards the darkness, hand in hand, hearts racing, as the clock continued its relentless march toward the unknown. The room was thick with silence, punctuated only by the steady drip of a leaky faucet, a haunting reminder of the passage of time. I stood there, the chill of the night air creeping up my spine, as shadows danced across the walls. I could almost hear the whispers of the night, bitter secrets, and unfulfilled desires swirling around me like smoke. The clock ticked relentlessly, each second a taunt, a reminder of what I had lost. I felt it then, the weight of desperation pressing against my chest, squeezing with a vice-like grip. It would happen tonight. I knew it. I could feel it in the marrow of my bones. In that room, beneath the flickering light, sat Ilara, a figure of raw beauty and unrelenting sorrow. Her eyes glimmered like shards of glass, reflecting both longing and fear, caught between two worlds. I could see it, the pain of betrayal etched on her heart, the remnants of a love that had twisted into something dark and insatiable. The succubus, the predator of dreams, yet trapped in a nightmare of her own making. She could seduce anyone, but every embrace left her emptier, like a drink from a poisoned chalice. "Do you hear them?" she whispered, her voice a seductive caress, yet laced with despair. "They call to me, their desires a siren's song. But I am nothing to them, just a fleeting shadow in their desires." And then there was Marcus, his presence a raw nerve exposed to the world. His every breath heavy with regret, weighted down by a past that clawed at his soul. The incubus, the tormentor, yet also a soul seeking redemption in the arms of the damned. The walls of his heart had built up barricades stronger than steel, yet the tide of yearning lapped at his feet. Every time he stepped into the light, it felt like stepping into a cage. "I can't keep doing this," he said, voice trembling. "Every touch is a reminder of what I can never have. I'm just a ghost haunting the living." The pulsating tension between them crackled in the air, like electricity before a storm. Their eyes met, a clash of longing and fear, of desire and despair. In that moment, they were not just succubi and incubi, but two lost souls grasping for something real in a world designed to devour them. The dichotomy of their existence was a relentless reminder. They were both the predators and the prey, ensnared in a web of their own making. I remember the night I stumbled upon their secret. I was drawn like a moth to the flame, compelled by the thrill of the unknown. Shadows flickered against the walls as I peeked into their world, a universe of ecstasy and anguish. Their stories intertwined with mine, seamlessly threading through the fabric of my own broken dreams. I remember feeling invincible, yet utterly vulnerable, a paradox echoing the very nature of their existence. As the clock struck midnight, the air thickened, the walls seemed to breathe with anticipation. I felt electric, my heart racing as darkness encroached. Ilara's laughter echoed through the room, a haunting melody that echoed both joy and pain. She was alive, yet so very dead inside, a masterpiece of contradictions. Every sultry glance she cast toward Marcus ignited a fire in my chest, a longing for a connection I could never touch. "Help me," she implored, eyes wide like a deer caught in the headlights. "I am drowning in my desires. I can't break free from this cycle." Marcus moved closer, his breath warm against her skin, a stark contrast to the chill in the air. "We are our own worst enemies, Ilara. We're lost in the labyrinth of our own making. Can we even escape our fate?" Their voices wove together, a tapestry of anguish and yearning. The air crackled with tension, a raw magnetism that threatened to tear apart the fragile threads of their reality. I could feel the weight of their pain, the echo of their fears resonating deep within me. It was then that time shifted, a dizzying sensation that pulled me into a vortex of memories, flashes of longing, of laughter that faded into sorrow. I remembered the moments when love had felt pure, untainted by the burden of guilt and desire. I remember the warmth of a hand brushing against mine, a simple touch that felt like a promise. But in this world, promises crumbled like ashes, leaving behind a bitter taste. Ilara and Marcus teetered on the precipice of their desires, caught between the illusion of connection and the reality of their cursed existence. I watched helplessly as they danced in the shadows, their every move echoing through the silence like a symphony of pain and ecstasy. What if tonight was the night they broke free? What if the chains of their lives shattered in the fires of passion? A wild thought surged through me, a flicker of hope ignited against the backdrop of despair. But hope was a double-edged sword, and as I reached for that glimmer, an icy hand wrapped around my heart, squeezing tighter. "Will you save us?" Ilara's question hung in the air, a fragile thread in a storm of uncertainty. "I can't save you," I gasped, the weight of my own inadequacies crashing down on me like a tidal wave. "I can barely save myself." And in that moment, a realization washed over me, as heavy and suffocating as the night itself. The role of succubi and incubi in our lives was more than just a tale of seduction and shadows. It was a reflection of our deepest fears and desires, the haunting echoes of our souls. They were not just haunting figures in folklore, but manifestations of our own battles, wrestling with love, loss, and the insatiable hunger for connection. The clock chimed, reverberating through the room, a sinister reminder that time was slipping away. I felt the urgency pulse through my veins, electrifying the air around us. This was not an ending. It was a crescendo building towards a climax that promised either salvation or destruction. Ilara and Marcus were on the brink, two souls entwined in a dance of despair and desire, their very existence a testament to the chaos of life. And as I stood there, caught in this maelstrom of emotions, the line between predator and prey blurred, and I knew this story was far from over. It was a loop, a cycle of longing and loss that would echo through the ages, drawing us all into its dark embrace. The shadows deepened, a cloak of night enveloping us, and I felt the pulse of something greater, a force that threatened to consume us all. The air hung thick with tension, and in that charged moment, I could almost taste the fear, the heartbreak, and the longing that bound us. I was lost in their world, a world that had only just begun to unfold, an endless tale of succubi and incubi woven into the very fabric of our existence. The clock struck 3, the hands trembling, as if afraid to cross the threshold into the witching hour. I lay on my bed, heart racing, breath shallow, caught in a web of restless night shadows. I remember the silence was heavy, almost tangible, thick enough to choke on. The air felt electric, alive with an unseen presence, a cold whisper hovering just beyond the limits of my perception. It wasn't the first time I felt it, no, I had danced with this darkness before. A thud echoed in the hallway, breaking the silence. Clara, my sister, stirred in the next room, her dreams perhaps haunted by a specter of her own, a shadowy figure lurking in the corners of her mind. She had always been the brave one, the protector, yet here we were, both plagued by the same unrelenting nightmare. I remember how she once laughed at my fears, how she told me I was silly to think the tales of succubi and incubi were more than folklore, mere stories spun to scare children. But as I lay there, I felt a change in the atmosphere, a crackle of energy that sent goosebumps skittering along my arms. The door creaked open, and there she stood, pale as moonlight, eyes wide, reflecting the terror that gripped her heart. "Did you hear that?" she whispered, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf in a storm. I nodded, unable to form words, the intensity of the moment suffocating me. Clara stepped closer, the shadows swallowing her whole, leaving only a silhouette, a haunting reflection of the girl I once knew. I remember the legends, the stories passed like heirlooms through generations. They were tales of seduction and despair, of creatures that thrived in the darkness. They waited, lurking, biding their time, until the unwary slipped into sleep. I had scoffed at the idea, until I met him. I see him still, that midnight figure, with eyes like smoldering coals and a grin that promised both ecstasy and ruin. I remember the weight of his body pressing against mine, the way he moved like liquid shadows, dancing through my dreams, twisting my desires into something unrecognizable. I could feel the warmth of his breath, the intoxicating scent of him that lingered long after he vanished. And when I awoke, I was left hollow, a shell of the person I'd been before. I glanced at Clara, her face a mask of fear and something else, curiosity. Longing. I remember the way her dreams twisted, too, how she described the feeling of being ensnared by a figure cloaked in darkness. "You think it's real?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. But before I could answer, the air shifted, growing thick and oppressive. The shadows deepened, stretching and contorting, until they formed a figure, the outline unmistakable. Clara gasped, and suddenly, fear erupted from her like a trapped animal. "No," she cried, her voice piercing the silence, but the figure only drew nearer, a predator closing in on its prey. I felt the pull of his gaze, the magnetic force that drew me into the depths of the abyss, Clara, I breathed, but my voice was lost in the chaos, drowned beneath the weight of 1,000 nightmares. Each pulse of my heart echoed the rhythm of fear, of desire, of desperation. The figure moved closer, and I saw the hunger in his eyes, a glimmer of something ancient and primal. I remember the warmth of temptation washing over me, the way my body betrayed my mind, yearning for that which should have terrified me. Clara's breath quickened, a soft whimper escaping her lips as she stumbled back, unable to escape the impending danger. "Stay away from her," I shouted, my voice cracking, but it felt like shouting into a void. The figure paused, an amused smile creeping across its lips, as if it savored our fear. I could feel Clara's panic radiating through the air, and for a moment, time hung suspended. What was it that drew them to us? What had we done to invite this darkness into our lives? I remember the stories, the whispers of those who had succumbed, drawn into the depths until they could no longer tell where their dreams ended and their nightmares began. My heart raced with the memories of those lost, their eyes wide with terror, their voices echoing through the corridors of the past. The figure stepped forward, and in that moment, I saw Clara's reflection in the darkness and felt the pang of desperation. "Clara, close your eyes," I urged, but it was too late. The shadows twisted around her, pulling her deeper into their embrace, her face a mix of fear and something almost serene. "No," I shouted, lunging forward, but the air thickened, an invisible barrier holding me back. I could feel the temperature drop, a chill that seeped into my bones, and with it came an overwhelming sense of loss. I remember the warmth of love we had for one another, the laughter, the secrets shared under the stars. And there, in the clutches of the darkness, it felt like I was losing her all over again. The moment stretched, a taut string ready to snap, and I could feel the weight of despair crushing my chest. But just as easily as he had appeared, the figure began to fade, retreating into the shadows, leaving Clara trembling, gasping for breath, eyes wild with an unspoken horror. I rushed to her side, gathering her in my arms, and we both shivered as if awakening from a long, dark dream. "Did you see it?" she whispered, and I could only nod, tears burning in my eyes, each heartbeat echoing with the unspeakable weight of what had just happened, what could happen again. We were two souls caught in the throes of a battle waged in the silence of the night, grappling with the darkness that sought to claim us. And as we sat there, wrapped in each other's arms, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. The darkness was still waiting, lurking just out of sight, its laughter echoing in the recesses of our minds, a relentless reminder that the night was far from over. And as the clock ticked toward dawn, I knew one thing: the shadows would return. They always did. The clock struck 3, its cold chime cutting through the suffocating silence that wrapped around the room like a funeral shroud. I stood there, frozen, watching the shadows flicker and writhe against the walls, each one a desperate whisper of the horror that loomed just beyond the edge of my consciousness. The air felt heavy with dread, thick as a fog you can't breathe through. I could feel it, the weight of something uninvited, something ancient. A dream demon, impatient and hungry, prowled the edges of my mind, eager to drag me back into its twisted playground. In the corner, Claire trembled, her breath shallow, eyes wide and haunted. She had always been the stronger one, the one who could charm the stars from the sky and make laughter spill from her lips like a melody. But now, she was just a shell, fractured by the nightmares that crawled beneath her skin. "It knows," she whispered, voice trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. "It knows our fears." I could feel the terror radiating from her, a palpable force that threatened to engulf us both. And then there was Ben, the skeptic. He always wore his doubt like armor, shielding himself from the darkness with jokes that fell flat as the reality of our situation sank in. "Come on, guys, it's just dreams," he would say, laughter barely masking the quiver in his voice. But now, even he couldn't dismiss the shadows that danced around us, the whispers that curled around our ankles like tendrils of smoke. "We need to wake up," he said, but his eyes told a different story. They were haunted, clouded with the weight of 1,000 sleepless nights. I remember the stories we told each other, back in the safe embrace of daylight. Tales of dream demons, mythic creatures that fed on fear and despair, prowling the spaces between sleep and wakefulness. I remember laughing at their absurdity, their grotesque charm. But now, the laughter felt like ashes in my mouth, stifled by the growing sense that we were not alone. The very fabric of reality felt frayed, as if stitched together by the hands of a madman. "Turn off the lights," Claire said, her voice barely above a whisper, a plea that hung in the air like an incantation. I hesitated, the room swallowed by darkness, a void that echoed with the remnants of our fears. It was an act of desperation, a confrontation with the abyss. But as the lights flickered out, the shadows grew more alive, pulsating with a rhythm that echoed our racing hearts. I could feel it, the dream demon closing in, a predator stalking its prey. My memories surged like a tide, crashing over me. A childhood nightmare, a face twisted in pain, a scream swallowed by the night. The feeling was unmistakable, an energy that crackled in the air, dragging me back to that moment of terror. I had thought I'd escaped it, buried it under layers of laughter and bravado. But here it was, clawing its way back to the surface. "Do you remember?" I asked, my voice steady, though my insides quivered like a taut string ready to snap. "Do you remember the dreams we used to have?" Ben's eyes widened, and Claire's breath hitched. I could see the memories flickering behind their eyes, the remnants of our shared history, the ghost of laughter, the specter of innocence. I remembered the rhythmic thud of our hearts as we faced the shadows together, the fragile bond we forged in the fire of our fears. But it was fraying now, the threads unraveling under the weight of what we knew. "I remember," Claire said softly, almost to herself. "I remember the darkness that would swallow us whole." The room trembled with unspoken truths, a collective heartbeat that echoed through the silence. The demon was here, lurking, feeding on our fear, waiting for the moment when we would crack. I could feel its breath, hot and damp against my skin, like a lover whispering sweet nothings that turned bitter. It knew us, every flaw, every fear, every secret we had buried deep within the recesses of our minds. "Fight it," Ben said, desperation creeping into his voice. "We can fight it. But how do you fight a shadow? How do you grapple with a nightmare that transcends the physical?" The dream demon was a reflection of us, our regrets and sorrows made flesh. "You can't fight it, Ben," I breathed, the words catching in my throat. "It's a part of us now." There we stood, three souls dancing on the precipice of despair, caught between the light and the dark. I could feel the tension coil tighter, like a noose around our throats. The shadows crept closer, tendrils of darkness reaching out, brushing against our skin, inviting us into an embrace that promised release from reality. It was intoxicating, a sweet seduction that whispered of comfort beneath the chaos. What if we surrendered? What if we let go? But then, Claire screamed, a visceral, raw sound that shattered the night like glass. I turned, instincts kicking in, ready to protect her from the darkness that closed in. It was too late. The dream demon had slipped through the cracks in our resolve, feeding on the fear that pulsed between us, a black hole of despair that threatened to consume everything in its path. In that moment, I understood the future of dream demon lore in digital media. Our stories were not merely tales woven for entertainment. They were reflection, a mirror held up to our darkest selves. They were warnings and questions, a plea to confront the shadows within us that threatened to take control. The grip of fear tightened, and I could feel the pulse of something greater building, the weight of our collective trauma coalescing into a storm. The night was alive, a tapestry woven from our shared fears and hopes, a haunting echo that promised no end. As I stood amidst the chaos, I felt a strange sense of calm wash over me. No matter how dark the night, we had each other, linked by the fear and the fight. And perhaps, just perhaps, that connection was enough to birth new legends, to weave new tales from the fabric of our shared nightmares. And as the shadows danced around us, I knew the story was far from over. The air was thick with the scent of burnt sage, a desperate attempt to cleanse the room of its shadows. I stood frozen, heart racing, as the flickering candles played tricks on my mind. Each shadow seemed to dance with malevolence, whispering secrets of the countless souls who had summoned the darkness before me. Outside, the night was velvet, stretching endlessly into a void that felt all too familiar. The clock ticked ominously, and with every chime, I could feel the weight of time pressing down on me, urging me to remember, what had I sought in this desolate place? There was something about the way the candles flickered, casting erratic beams of light that managed to illuminate the faces of my companions, Elena and Marcus. They were drawn to this night, much like moths to a flame, but I could see the fear lurking beneath their bravado. Elena, fierce and fiery, had always worn her heart on her sleeve, but tonight, her bravado was a brittle mask. I could see the tremble in her hands, the way her fingers twisted around each other like vines strangling a tree. "We can't turn back now," she whispered, though I could hear the tremor in her voice. Marcus, the skeptic, the one who scoffed at shadowy figures in the dead of night, stood beside her. But the glint in his eyes betrayed his bravado. "This is insane," he muttered, glancing nervously at the grimy mirror that hung crooked on the wall. I could feel the weight of his doubt, heavy like concrete. We were bound together by this dark curiosity, a shared need to confront what lurked beyond the veil. But did we truly understand what we sought? Or were we merely children playing with fire? I remember the first moment I encountered the word demonology. It was like the first sip of a forbidden drink, smooth, intoxicating, a taste that burned and left me yearning for more. I remember the thrill, the rush of diving into the history of it, the intertwining of humanity with the unseen, the misfits and prophets who've gazed into the abyss. I remember the ancient texts hinting at creatures birthed from despair, each one a reflection of human fear, longing, and rage. And here we were, at the precipice, standing on the edge of that abyss, hoping to summon something we could control. As I closed my eyes, I could see the flickering history unfurling like an ancient scroll, each line etched in blood. The 21st century had reshaped demonology in ways that felt both terrifying and oddly comforting. The internet, the great equalizer, had turned it into a carnival of horrors, a sprawling network where anyone could play the role of the summoner or the skeptic. I could hear echoes of voices from forums filled with desperate souls seeking validation, connection, a piece of the darkness that whispered sweetly in their ears. Each click, each search, drew us into a web of obsession. I thought of Elena's late-night conversations with strangers online, her eyes sparkling with feverish excitement as she shared encounters with the supernatural. I remember Marcus rolling his eyes, dismissing it all as nonsense, yet his fingers still hovered over his phone, drawn to the thrill of the chase. And there we were, together in this suffocating room, each one of us wrestling with our demons, literal or otherwise. "What if we find something?" Marcus asked, his voice trembling with a mixture of fear and exhilaration. "What if we unleash something we can't contain?" Elena's laughter rang out, sharp and brittle. "Or what if we find the truth?" The words hung in the air like a challenge, daring the shadows to reveal themselves. But the truth is, the deeper we plunged, the more disoriented we became. I could feel the weight of the world pressing down on me, a cacophony of doubts swirling around like a storm. What if we tapped into the darkness that had haunted our ancestors? What if we played God and invited something truly malevolent into our lives? I remember a chilling story I once read about a group of friends who had dabbled with the unseen, only to find themselves haunted by nightmares that seeped into their waking hours. "Let's just do this," I said, my voice trembling, breaking the intensity of the moment. I felt a thrill at the edges of my fear, the pull toward the unknown. We needed something to anchor us, to validate our experiences. I reached for the ritual book, its pages yellowed and worn, the ink faded yet still pulsating with the energy of those who had come before us. The words flowed from my lips, raw, filled with urgency. As I spoke, I could sense the room shifting, the air thickening. I felt like a marionette pulled by unseen strings, caught in a dance with the void. The candles flickered violently, casting long, grotesque shadows that seemed to stretch and claw at the walls. "Do you feel that?" Elena's voice was barely a whisper, the challenge morphing into something akin to terror. I could see her pulse racing, her eyes wide and reflecting the candlelight like twin embers. "Shut up." Marcus snapped, his bravado crumbling. But I could sense his heart racing too, feel the tension radiating off him like heat from a furnace. We were caught in a moment that felt both surreal and horrifying, suspended in a fragile reality that threatened to shatter at any moment. And then, everything went dark. A deep, suffocating silence enveloped us, the kind of silence that claws at your sanity. The light from the candles flickered out, leaving us in pitch blackness. I could hear my own breathing, quick and shallow, echoing in the void. In that moment, I felt the weight of our choices crashing down upon us. Did we summon something? I stammered, the words barely escaping my lips. The air felt electric, crackling with an energy that filled the void around us. I could taste the fear coating my tongue, salty and bitter. And then, from the depths of the darkness, I heard it, a whisper, soft yet insistent, curling around my thoughts, wrapping around my heart. You called. Elena's scream pierced the silence, raw and desperate, pulling me back to the present, but it was too late. We were caught in a snare of our own making, and the shadows we thought we could control had come alive, beckoning us to step deeper into the abyss. In that moment, I understood the evolution of demonology, the intertwining of centuries, the relentless pull of curiosity, and the haunting realization that the darkness we seek to understand is often just a mirror reflecting our own fears back at us. The clock struck midnight, a shattering echo that punctured the air like a knife. In the hushed stillness of a darkened room, shadows danced on the walls, twisting and morphing in ways that felt almost alive. I could hear the soft rustle of fabric as Jordan shifted uncomfortably on the edge of the bed, the weight of unspoken fears heavy between us. I could see the desperation etched on their face, the luminous eyes reflecting a kaleidoscope of truths that felt both beautiful and terrifying. "I don't know who I am anymore," they whispered, the words threading through the silence, sharp as glass yet tender as a feather's touch. It was a confession that hung in the air, thick with the scent of dread. I felt every syllable crash into me, a tidal wave of heartbreak and empathy. "What if the dream demons are right?" I muttered, half joking but wholly serious. "What if they just see through the masks we wear?" The words hung between us like smoke, curling and twisting, echoing the deeper fears that lurked in the recesses of our psyche. I remember, the first time I saw myself without the mask, Jordan continued, their voice trembling, raw. It was in a dream, a surreal landscape where everything bled color, where gender was fluid, and the boundaries blurred like paint on a wet canvas. I was beautiful there, unconfined, and it terrified me. I shivered at the thought, remembering my own dreams, the way they felt like portals to another realm, where I could shed my skin, my identity, everything. I was no longer bound by the expectations of flesh and bone. I could float through the cosmos, unshackled, free, lost in starry voids where nothing mattered but the essence of being. But here, in the waking world, our identities felt like chains, heavy and suffocating. I glanced at the mirror across the room, its reflection a cruel reminder of who we were supposed to be, rather than who we truly were. A flash of panic seized me. What if we were just ghosts of ourselves, haunted by the fear of losing what we were taught to hold sacred? "Sometimes, I think the dream demons are my only friends," Jordan admitted, voice barely above a whisper. They don't judge. They don't care about the rules. They just exist. As they spoke, I felt the air grow thick with tension, thick like a summer storm. I could sense the storm rolling in, the chaos of emotions swirling like dark clouds, ready to unleash a torrent of truth. With every heartbeat, I felt like a voyeur to their struggle, a witness to their slow unraveling. The clock continued its relentless march, echoing like a heartbeat in the void, urging us to confront what lay beneath the surface. I remember the first time I was called it. I confessed, my own vulnerability spilling out like ink on a page. That word cut deeper than anything, like a knife that carved my existence into a riddle. Jordan's eyes widened, reflecting an understanding that made the room feel smaller, more confined. What are we if we can't define ourselves by their terms? Their voice was a low growl, a challenge to the cosmos that felt both empowering and pitiful all at once. It's like trying to catch smoke with your bare hands, I replied, feeling the familiar sting of frustration. Every time you think you have a grip, it slips away, leaving you gasping for something solid. Suddenly, a tremor ran through the floor, rattling the frames on the wall. It was as if the universe itself was responding to our pain. My heart raced, the tension spilling over into a primal instinct to flee. But there was nowhere to go. We were anchored here, bound by our fears, our dreams, the demons that chased us even in the light of day. Maybe they're coming for us, Jordan said, lips curling into a half smile, but the fear in their eyes betrayed them. The dream demons. Maybe they want to reclaim us. I could feel the chill seep into my bones, the air thick with unspoken fears. I stood, heart pounding, and looked into Jordan's eyes, a silent understanding passing between us. This moment, this fragile, trembling moment, felt like a brink, a precipice over a chasm of uncertainty. What if we let them in? I dared to ask, the words trembling on my tongue. What if we stop fighting and just embrace whatever they bring? The room shuddered again, and I swore I could hear the whispers of our dreams, beckoning like phantoms, promising freedom in the chaos. I watched as Jordan's expression shifted, a flicker of hope igniting in the depths of their fear. What if we become unchained? And in that heartbeat, I realized that our struggle wasn't just against the demons of the night, but against the confines of our own making. The fear that clung to us like a shroud felt suddenly lighter, as if the very act of questioning had unbound something deep within. I remember, I began again, feeling the wave of realization crash over us. I remember the first time I truly felt alive in a dream, floating, weightless, free from everything. Maybe it's time to step into that space. The shadows flickered, whispering secrets, pulling us closer to the edge. The city outside remained oblivious, a cacophony of life continuing. But here, in our sanctuary, we were teetering on the brink of something profound. Let's not just survive, Jordan said, their voice steady now, a grounding force in the storm. Let's thrive. And just like that, I felt the resonance of our truth, a power that coursed through the very air we breathed. We were not victims of our dreams, nor were we prisoners of our identities. We were the authors of our own stories, and the dream demons, those spectral manifestations of our deepest fears, were merely characters waiting for us to give them life. With a shared breath, we stepped toward the unknown, ready to embrace the chaos that lay ahead, ready to redefine everything. The clock ticked, each second echoing like a gunshot in the silence of the dimly lit room. Sarah sat on the edge of her bed, heart racing, the shadows of her past swirling around her like phantoms. The air felt thick, charged with an electric tension that made her skin crawl. She could hear it, the low, haunting whisper of her fears, the constant murmur of voices that slithered into her dreams. I remember when the nightmares first started. A chill ran down her spine, fingers trembling as she clutched the blanket, her lifeline against the suffocating darkness. Across town, Marcus stood in the street, eyes glazed as he stared into the abyss of the night, the stars winking down like cruel spectators to his unraveling. "I remember," he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. He could feel the weight of it all, the pressure building inside him, a suffocating blanket of despair. Each night, the dreams grew darker, more vivid, where the demons danced just beyond the edge of his consciousness, taunting him with their wicked laughter. "They know me," he thought, a bitter taste of fear spreading through him, "and I cannot escape." Then there was Lily, her laughter echoing like a distant memory, a beautiful ghost in the land of the living. She had always been the light, the sunbeam that pierced through the thick haze of their mundane lives. But now, she was the one who sat in the corner of her mind, whispering secrets that made the walls close in. "I remember when I believed in magic," she said softly, cradling her knees to her chest, a child caught in a nightmare. "But now, the only magic I know is the kind that pulls you down into the abyss." The dreams had become monsters, carnivorous shadows that feasted on their sanity, gnawing at the edges of their reality. Each night was a battlefield, a war waged in the silence of their slumber, and every morning, they awoke more hollow, more resigned. Sarah closed her eyes, the darkness behind her eyelids a portal to the horrors that awaited. She could feel the presence of the dream demons, lurking, waiting to engulf her in their suffocating embrace. "I remember the first time I saw them," she thought, a vivid flash of color in a monochrome world. It was just a flicker, a heartbeat in the vast expanse of her dreams. But that flicker had morphed into a storm, a tempest of fear and despair that ripped through the fabric of her mind. "They come for me," she murmured, her voice a trembling echo in the empty room. "And I am powerless." Marcus's eyes wandered to the shadows, thick and oppressive, twisting into forms that felt all too familiar. "I'm not afraid," he lied to himself, forcing a steely resolve that crumbled under the weight of his truth. He could feel the noose tightening around his neck, a slow strangulation of hope. "They are not real," he whispered, but his voice faltered, grounding him in a reality woven with the threads of his nightmares. Lily's laughter died in her throat as the memories came flooding back. "I remember," she breathed, the words a prayer, a plea for understanding in a world that had grown dark. "I remember the way dreams felt, alive, vibrant, a kaleidoscope of possibility. But now..." She paused, her chest aching with the weight of their shared anguish. "Now they are prisons, and hope is a ghost." The hours crawled, each tick of the clock a reminder of their shared torment, the invisible chains linking them together in their suffering. The city outside felt foreign, its neon lights flickering like the shattered pieces of their souls, their laughter buried beneath layers of despair. "I remember the way it used to be," Sarah thought, the ache in her heart a constant thrum. "But the demons, they've taken everything." And yet, despite the suffocating grip of darkness, there was a flicker of rebellion, a whisper of defiance. They were alive, breathing, and the demons could not have them entirely. "I will not let you win," Marcus thought, fists clenched at his sides, the adrenaline surging through his veins like wildfire. The night was laden with unspoken battles, and he could feel the tension crackling in the air, heavy with the promise of confrontation. "I remember," Sarah whispered, the words trembling on her lips. "I remember when I first stood up to them." It had been a moment of clarity, a piercing light in the darkness, when she understood that the demons thrived on her fear. She could hear them now, mocking her, the echoes of their voices ricocheting in her mind like a cruel symphony. "You are nothing," they hissed, "and we own you." But the power within her surged, a primal scream clawing its way to the surface, desperate to be unleashed. "I am not afraid," she shouted, the sound reverberating off the walls, shaking loose the chains that bound her. And then, like clockwork, the dream demons descended. A swirl of smoke, a cacophony of whispers, they filled the room, their presence a suffocating blanket of despair. Black eyes gleamed with malice, mouths twisted into grotesque smiles, their laughter a chilling melody that echoed through the night. In that moment of chaos, Marcus joined Sarah, a flicker of courage ignited in his chest. "We stand together," he declared, voice steady despite the storm raging inside. "We are not alone." Lily, too, felt the heat of that fire, the warmth pushing back the chill that had settled deep within her. "We remember," she echoed, her voice a soft, fierce flame, "and we will not let the darkness consume us." As the shadows closed in, they found strength in the shared weight of their pain, a raw bond forged in the fires of their nightmares. The confrontation loomed, a battle against the demons that had thrived on their fears, the air thick with an intensity that crackled like lightning. With every heartbeat, every breath, they moved closer to the edge of the abyss, ready to confront the darkness. The night held its breath, the world outside frozen in time as the three of them prepared to face the nightmare that had haunted them for far too long. And just as the shadows reached out, a moment of clarity shattered the darkness, the understanding that they were not defined by their nightmares, but by their courage to rise against them. The moon hung high, a silver eye watching over a world steeped in shadows and whispered fears. I remember the night, when the air thickened with desperation, as if the universe itself held its breath. In that fragile silence, the whisper of a name sliced through the stillness, Lilith. I felt it in my bones, a chill that tangled with my heartbeat. She was more than a name, she was a promise, a curse, a shadow that danced just out of reach. In a dimly lit room, Sophia sat cross-legged on the floor, the flickering candlelight casting restless shadows on her weary face. She had invited chaos into her life, seeking understanding in the faces of strangers, in the warmth of midnight conversations that spiraled into something unnameable. Her friends laughed it off, calling her obsessions quaint, ghost stories shared over cheap wine, tales of ancient creatures that thrived on the fringes of reality. But there was something raw and unfiltered in her desperation, a yearning that echoed through her laughter as if she were trying to mask a deeper pain. I remember her fingers trembling as she traced the rim of her glass, as if seeking the answers hidden in its depths. Across the city, in a cramped apartment where the walls seemed to close in on him, Marco watched the shadows twist and curl like restless spirits. He was a man haunted by dreams, dreams that clawed at his soul, demanding to be felt. They came to him in the dead of night, specters of lust and longing, seductive and terrifying. Lilith, he thought, the first of them all, her voice a siren's call that urged him to surrender, to abandon himself entirely. A drop of sweat trickled down his brow as he stared into the depths of his own mind, wrestling with the allure and the fear that roamed there. I remember how he clutched the blanket, a flimsy barrier between himself and the shadows that beckoned him. Sophia's laughter echoed in his ears, a haunting melody that drew him back to her warmth, her curious eyes that sparkled with mischief. They had shared stories of succubi and incubi, her voice dripping with humor, even when discussing the darkest of subjects. What a charming way to get a date, she had joked, her laughter a fragile mask over her fear. But beneath that playful exterior lay a truth neither dared to confront. She was searching for love in the arms of phantoms, hoping to fill a void that echoed louder with each passing day. But tonight, the city felt different. The air crackled with tension, as if the universe were preparing for a reckoning. Marco could feel it vibrating through his skin, a pulse that drew him to the streets. Sophia was out there, somewhere, tangled in the web of her own desires, and he could not let her wander alone in the dark. I remember the moment he stepped outside, the chill of the night wrapping around him like a lover's embrace. The city was alive, shadows dancing along the cobblestones, whispering secrets only the brave dared to uncover. He could almost hear Lilith's laughter ringing in his ears, beckoning him to join her in the chaos. The moonlight glinted off the edges of buildings, sharp and cold, reminding him that not all shadows were friendly. As he hurried down the street, he recalled the stories Sophia had spun, a web of folklore that tied them together. Every culture, every corner of the world held its version of these seductresses, these demons of the night. The Japanese had their Yuki-onna, a snow woman who seduced men only to freeze their hearts. The ancient Greeks spoke of Empusa, a shape-shifting creature who fed on the lifeblood of the unsuspecting. He felt the weight of their histories pressing against him, their stories pulsing like a heartbeat, reminding him that he was not alone. In the depths of her own mind, Sophia was losing the battle to the shadows. The stories she once found comfort in now wrapped around her, squeezing her heart with an unrelenting grip. She had summoned them, invited them in with open arms, but the warmth of their embrace had turned icy. She longed for connection, but what had begun as an innocent exploration of desire had morphed into a waking nightmare. She could feel the pressure building around her, a suffocating fog that stifled her laughter. I remember how she clutched her head, the shadows morphing into memories that clawed at her sanity. Just as Marco's heart raced with urgency, she felt it too, a magnetic pull that connected them through the veil of darkness. He was coming, she knew it, and the thought sent both fear and longing spiraling through her. What would he find when he looked into her soul? What darkness had she invited in that could consume them both? The weight of their shared stories spun around her like a cyclone, pulling her deeper into her own chaos. The air turned electric as Marco turned a corner, the streetlights flickering ominously. He could sense the shadows thickening, could feel them whispering secrets that danced just beyond his grasp. Lilith's name echoed in his mind, a haunting lullaby that drew him closer to Sophia's world, a world where dreams blurred with nightmares, where passions ignited and devoured. Sophia stood on the edge of despair, caught between the light and the abyss. She could either embrace the darkness that tempted her or fight against it, but the battle was exhausting. She closed her eyes, surrendering for just a moment to the intoxicating allure of the night. I remember the sensation of her heartbeat synchronizing with the pulse of the city, a rhythm that pulled her toward the precipice of her own desires. And then, with a mighty roar, the winds of fate howled around them. Marco's breath caught in his throat as he saw her before him, a ghost in the night, slipping between the shadows like an echo of his own heart. They were bound by the narratives they had woven, tales of longing and fear, a tapestry of lust and desperation. The confrontation loomed, raw and inevitable, threading their fates together in a dance that had no end. As they stepped closer to one another, the lines blurred between their fears and desires, their histories and dreams. The weight of their stories hung in the air, intoxicating and dreadful, a symphony of shadows playing a haunting melody. They knew this moment was only the beginning, a single thread in a tapestry that would weave their destinies together, forever entwined in the world of succubi and incubi. The night was just opening its arms, inviting them to plunge into the depths of darkness, where every heartbeat promised both ecstasy and despair. The clock struck 3, an eerie chime slicing through the heavy air. In this moment of chaotic stillness, Jenna's breath caught in her throat, the dark corners of her room whispering secrets. Shadows danced beneath the flickering light of her computer screen, each pulse a reminder of the world beyond, a world that had long since melded with the nightmares of her subconscious. She could taste the metallic tang of fear on her tongue, a bitter reminder of the dream that had clawed its way back into her mind, an ancient demon, lurking just beneath the skin, waiting for the right moment to strike. Not again, she murmured, clutching her blanket tighter, the fabric worn thin and frayed at the edges. She remembered how the demon had once invaded her dreams for the first time, a grotesque figure with eyes like black holes, pulling her deeper into an abyss crafted from her own fears. And yet now, as she sat here, her fingers trembling over the keyboard, she felt the unmistakable pull of curiosity, the technology in front of her, a portal to a world that both terrified and thrilled her. Across town, Marcus fought against his own demons, the glow of his phone illuminating the room like a lighthouse in a storm. He was lost in a sea of notifications, messages flooding in like the relentless tide. "We can control our dreams," the latest article proclaimed, a siren call that rang in his ears. He grinned. Maybe they could finally confront the nightmares that haunted them, wrestle back control from the suffocating dark. But a gnawing doubt tugged at him. What if the technology they were harnessing had its own dark will? It's not real, it can't hurt you, he whispered to himself, a mantra that felt hollow. The weight of his unresolved past pressed against his chest, and he couldn't shake the feeling that tech should not toy with the mind, that dreams were sacred, untouched realms. He remembered all too well the whispered warnings of his grandmother, tales of the dream demons that fed on fear, their long, spindly fingers reaching for the edges of consciousness, eager to drag the unsuspecting into a chasm of despair. The city outside his window pulsed with frenetic energy, a living entity made of steel and shadows. The streets thrummed with the rhythm of life, but inside, he felt the oppressive silence, a void only broken by the occasional distant siren. He pulled his hoodie tighter around him, the fabric a flimsy barrier against the darkness creeping in. At that same moment, Jenna's phone buzzed insistently, lighting up her screen with a message from Marcus. "You're not alone in this. Remember that." His words stirred something within her, a flicker of hope igniting in the gloom. She typed back quickly, her fingers flying across the screen. "It's coming for me again." Even as she sent the message, she felt the atmosphere shift, a taut string vibrating beneath the surface. A muted thud echoed from the walls, a reminder of the reality she was desperately trying to escape. She closed her eyes, forcing her mind to recall the details of the last encounter with the demon. The way the air had turned thick and cold, how it had whispered her fears back to her in a voice that was all too familiar. "You will never find peace. You are nothing." Panic clawed at her throat, a visceral reaction that felt both foreign and achingly familiar. She opened her eyes, half expecting to see the demon's shadow lurking in the corner. But instead, she saw only the flickering light, the digital ghosts of technology reflecting the chaos in her mind. Marcus frowned at his phone, willing Jenna's response to come. He felt the weight of worry settle in his stomach. What if they were grasping for a solution that could unravel everything? What if the technology designed to free them instead unleashed something far worse? His heart raced, an echo of the feelings that had haunted him since childhood. He remembered the stories, the dream demons that thrived on fear, the ones that turned nightmares into a twisted form of reality. Jenna's screen lit up again, her words a lifeline in the storm. "We have to confront it together." The thought sent a shiver down his spine, a pulse of adrenaline that made his skin prickle with unease. Together? But what if the act of confronting the nightmare fed it, empowered it? He could picture the demon materializing in the space between them, feeding off their shared fear, their shared history, transforming their bond into a twisted weapon against them. "Meet me at the old library." Midnight, he typed back before he could second-guess himself. Time slipped away like grains of sand through clenched fingers. Every tick of the clock seemed to echo louder, a countdown to something terrible. Jenna clutched her phone, heart racing, the library looming in her mind, a sanctuary, a trap, a place where knowledge and terror intertwined. The stories told in that dusty, forgotten space became a swirling vortex of the known and the unknown. As she gathered herself to leave, she looked in the mirror, catching a glimpse of the fear swimming in her eyes, and whispered, "I remember." Each word felt like a spell, a call to arms against the darkness. The streets were empty as she stepped outside, the city holding its breath in the depths of night. Street lamps flickered overhead, shadows crawling along the pavement like serpents. Each step felt heavy, the ground beneath her feet a reminder of the weight of her own mind. She felt the pulse of the dream demon close behind, a shadow that flickered at the edge of her vision, threatening to pull her into the abyss once more. As the library loomed into view, Marcus emerged from the shadows, a figure carved from the darkness itself. The tension crackled between them, a storm ready to unleash its fury. They were two souls teetering on the brink of something vast and terrifying, caught in a web spun from technology and myth, reality and ruins. "I remember," he breathed, echoing the mantra that had become their lifeline in this waking nightmare. And as they stepped through the heavy wooden doors of the library, the air thick with history, they knew they were no longer just facing the dream demon. They were confronting the very essence of fear itself, a confrontation that would blur the lines between nightmares and reality, leaving them forever changed, if they survived. The clock struck midnight, its sound echoing through the dimly lit room, a hollow reminder of the night. I stood at the window, heart pounding, breath caught in my throat, watching shadows dance against the moonlit street. The air felt thick, electric, pregnant with unspoken words. I could feel her presence, lurking just beyond the glass, a specter woven from my darkest fears and deepest desires. She was there, the succubus, and I was both terrified and entranced, caught in the web of an ancient narrative that had sought to define us both. I remember the first time I saw her, a fleeting glimpse in a crowded bar, laughter weaving through the air like smoke. Her eyes, dark as the void, held secrets, promises. I should have turned away, but something pulled me closer, like gravity, like fate. Her name was Lilith, a name steeped in history, whispered in tales of seduction and betrayal. She was everything society warned us about, wild, untamed. A woman who wore her power like a cloak, and I, foolishly, wanted to wrap myself in it. But beneath that alluring exterior lay a loneliness so profound it echoed through the very fabric of her being. I could see it in the way she moved, the way her laughter sometimes faltered, like a flame flickering against the wind. I remember asking her once, "What do you fear?" Her gaze turned distant, as if she was staring into a chasm of memories that threatened to swallow her whole. Being misunderstood, she whispered. Being seen only as a monster. Across the room, I caught a glimpse of Maria, my best friend, her eyes wide with a mixture of admiration and fear as she watched Lilith. Maria was the light to my shadow, the anchor to my drifting thoughts. She had always cautioned me against the dangers of succubi, their seductive wiles, their ability to drain you, body and soul. But I saw Lilith differently. I saw a woman trapped by a narrative that had twisted her into a caricature of herself, bound by the very chains society had forged. "I don't want to be afraid," I told Maria, my voice trembling, barely above a whisper. "I want to reclaim what they've stolen from us." But every word felt heavy, burdened by the weight of centuries of opprobrium. I could feel Maria's concern, wrapping around me like an unwanted shawl. "You're playing with fire," she warned, her voice a hushed urgency. "What if you get burned?" But wasn't that the point? To feel the heat, to dance dangerously close to the flames, to risk everything for a taste of liberation. In my heart, I knew I was teetering on the edge of something profound, an awakening that could either shatter me or set me free. The moments blurred together, a montage of late-night conversations, laughter laced with unease, and stolen glances that spoke louder than words. I remember one evening, the three of us sitting in the flickering candlelight, the shadows elongating across the walls. Lilith spoke of her existence, of centuries spent grappling with the stigma of her identity. "They call me a demon," she said, her voice like velvet laced with pain. "But I am flesh and blood, just like you. I crave connection, yet all they see is a monster." Her vulnerability sent shivers down my spine. I could feel the weight of her words pressing against my heart, a haunting melody that echoed through my very essence. I dared to reach out, to touch her hand, to bridge the chasm that separated us, but Maria's cautious gaze held me back. "Don't forget who she is," she warned. "Don't let her charm seduce you into danger." But danger was a thrilling dance, wasn't it? It was the heartbeat of the night, the crescendo of a symphony played beneath the pallor of the moon. My curiosity, my desire, pushed me forward, and I could feel the gravity of our stories intertwining, coalescing into something greater, something aching for expression. As midnight approached once more, we found ourselves standing in the heart of the city, alleyways echoing with whispers of the past, shadows pooling at our feet. The air was thick with tension, every breath heavy with anticipation. I could feel it building, the electricity crackling between us, a storm waiting to break. Lilith turned to me, her eyes deep pools of uncharted territory. "Do you see me?" she asked, and the vulnerability in her voice cut through my defenses. "Do you really see me?" In that moment, time fractured. I glimpsed the layers of her existence, the centuries of pain, the longing for acceptance, the defiance against a world that sought to vilify her. I remembered the stories we had been fed, the tales that painted her as the villain, the seducer, the monster. But she was just a woman, a mirror reflecting the fears of a patriarchal society. "I see you," I breathed, a promise formed in the depths of my soul. "I see you." And in that declaration, everything shifted. The air crackled, charged with a new kind of energy, the kind that ignited revolutions and sparked movements. I felt Maria beside me, her uncertainty melting into resolve as she stepped closer to Lilith, her barriers crumbling like old stone. Together, we stood at the precipice of something extraordinary. The narrative was shifting, reshaping itself before our eyes, a reclamation of power, a resurrection of the sacred feminine. No longer would we allow fear to dictate our stories, instead, we would rewrite the script, reclaiming what had been stolen from us. But the night was still thick with tension, shadows swirling around us, teasing the edges of our newfound strength. The confrontation was coming, I could feel it in the marrow of my bones, the air heavy with unspoken truths. Our hearts raced, the world outside a cacophony of uncertainty, the clock counting down the moments until everything would change. As I looked into Lilith's eyes, I felt the cosmos aligning, the weight of history pressing down upon us, urging us forward into the unknown. We were ready. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that the real battle lay not outside, but within. The chaos of our souls was a tempest, waiting to break free, waiting for the moment when we would finally embrace the darkness, not as a fear, but as a catalyst for transformation. "Let's break the chains," I whispered, my heart racing, the moon casting its silvery light upon us, illuminating the path ahead. No longer afraid, I was ready to face the night, ready to reclaim the narrative. And so we stood, three women on the brink of something monumental, knowing that the shadows would always lurk, but also understanding that we had the power to transform the darkness into light. No conclusions, no end, only the promise of a new beginning, suspended in that charged moment, breathing, alive. A scream pierced the stillness, echoing through the darkened room like a banshee wail. I felt it resonate in my bones, a raw, visceral cry that shattered the silence and clawed at my heart. I was there, frozen in a moment suspended between reality and something far more sinister. The shadows flickered, breathing in the dim light cast by the dying flame of a candle, flickering like hope on the edge of extinction. Sarah clutched her head in her hands, her fingers tangled in her hair, a frantic nest of despair. "I can't take it anymore. They won't stop. They won't stop." Her voice trembled, a fragile thread unraveling at the seams. I felt the pull of her anguish like gravity, dragging me into her tempest. Each word was a knife, each breath a reminder of the demons lurking just beyond the veil. Those demons weren't merely figments of her imagination. They were the succubi and incubi that haunted her dreams, entwining with her psyche like a possessive lover. They entered her thoughts as whispers, seducing her with promises of release, but only delivering torment. Across the room, Matt stood, a figure of stoic despair. His walls were built from years of shielding himself from the world, and now they crumbled as he watched Sarah unravel. "You're not crazy, Sarah," he said, his voice a shaky anchor in the storm. "It's real. They are real." But even as he spoke, I could see the doubt in his eyes, a flicker of fear dancing like a flame. We were all caught in this web, ensnared by these entities of the night, whose spectral hands tugged at the very fabric of our sanity. "I remember the first time I felt them," Sarah whispered, her gaze distant. I woke up gasping, like I had been drowning in their embrace. The heat of their breath against my skin, the weight of their presence pressing down on me. The room was thick with her memory, a palpable fog of despair swirling around us, suffocating and intoxicating. Her experiences were painted with a brush of raw terror, vivid and unrelenting, each word a reminder of our shared vulnerability. I remembered my own encounter, a night steeped in shadows, where the line between reality and dreams blurred. I had been restless, tossing through the darkness, when something slithered into my mind. I felt it creeping through my thoughts, wrapping around my insecurities like a serpent squeezing the life from its prey. The succubus whispered sweet nothings, tempting me to give in, to embrace the chaos. But I stood firm, clinging to the remnants of my sanity, the fear of what lay beyond too great to bear. Why do they come for us? Matt's voice broke through the haze. What do they want? His eyes darted toward the shadows, like a child afraid of the dark. The question hung heavy, a weight we all carried, a mystery that coiled around us, tightening with every heartbeat. Maybe they're just reflections of our own darkness, I offered, the truth tasting bitter on my tongue. Maybe they feed off our fears, our insecurities, our loneliness. I felt the chill wrap itself around my throat, suffocating, while the shadows loomed closer. Each syllable dug deeper into my own insecurities, an echo of the truth I tried to ignore. Sarah's head snapped up, her gaze piercing. But I don't want to be defined by them. I want to fight. Her words ignited something within me, a flicker of defiance against the creeping despair. We were drowning in a sea of mental health struggles, anxiety, depression, isolation, and the succubi and incubi were manifestations of our unaddressed pain. They thrived in the silence, in the stigma that surrounded our discussions like a shroud. Matt stepped forward, determination etched into his brow. Then let's confront them, together. We can share our stories, face the darkness. Bring it into the light. His words were a rallying cry, vibrating through the air like a heartbeat, raw, powerful, and alive. In that moment, I felt a shift. The shadows retreated just a fraction, and the air crackled with a newfound resolve. Sarah straightened, her fragile shell of despair cracking, revealing a fierce spirit beneath. I won't let them win, she declared, and there was fire in her voice, a defiance that sent chills down my spine. But the battle was far from won. Night lay heavy outside, the clock ticking with a relentless rhythm, each second a reminder of our fragility. As the dusk deepened and the shadows grew bolder, I felt the chill creep back in, the succubi and incubi lurking just at the edges. They thrived on our fears, our secrets, whispering temptations that echoed in the silence left unspoken. Let's talk about it, I urged, my voice trembling as my heart raced. Let's share our nightmares, drag them into the light. The darkness held its breath, waiting, watching as we confronted our own demons. The room pulsed with tension, the air thick with anticipation. Each heartbeat echoed against the walls, a reminder that we were alive, that we were fighting. I could feel my own fears crawling back, clawing for purchase within me, but I pushed them aside, determined not to let them swallow us whole. I remember, Sarah began, and the words tumbled from her lips, a cascade of memories and fears, each one more haunting than the last. As she spoke, the succubi and incubi recoiled, their power waning in the face of our unity. Each story shared was a thread woven into a tapestry of resilience, binding us together against the encroaching darkness. And so we spoke, the three of us, weaving words into a shield, our voices rising in defiance against the shadows. The weight of our struggles bore down on us, but in that moment of shared vulnerability, we became a fortress, a bastion against despair. In the end, we weren't just confronting the creatures that haunted our dreams. We were wrestling with the very essence of our humanity. And as our words filled the air, the flickering candle burned brighter, illuminating the darkness for just a moment longer. But the night was far from over, and the shadows waited, eager for the next moment of despair to weave their way back into our minds. They would always be there, lurking in the shadows, but we had tasted the light. We had learned the power of vulnerability, and in that, we found the strength to keep fighting. The battle rages on, a relentless cycle of light and dark, laughter and tears, but we were no longer alone. Together, we faced the demons, and in that fierce unity, we found hope. The room smelled like burning paper and desperation. Layers of regret hung thick in the air as I stood there, heart racing, engulfed in the flickering shadows. The canvas leaned against the wall, dripping with the weight of my nightmares, the brush strokes a grotesque dance of colors that clawed at the edges of my sanity. This painting was supposed to be my salvation, yet it had become a portal, an invitation to a world where dreams and demons intertwined in a chilling embrace. I remember the moment it started to take shape, an unholy marionette twisting into existence, its limbs quivering with every stroke. I thought I could capture the beauty of my nightmares, but instead, they bled through the canvas, spilling into reality. The shadows deepened, and in their folds lurked figures from the dark corners of my mind, demonic entities with grinning faces, eyes like voids, reaching for me with bony fingers. "Just finish it," a voice hissed, sending a shiver down my spine. It was Clara, my best friend, yet her presence felt like a specter. She stood by the window, a silhouette framed by the fading light, her expression twisted with a mix of fear and fascination. "You can't stop now. You have to see it through." But see what through? The way the paint had begun to pulse, as if it were alive, as if it were feeding on my dread. I turned to her, and her eyes gleamed with something I hadn't noticed before, something that mirrored the madness in my heart. "You shouldn't be here," I whispered, my voice trembling like the paint on my brush. "You don't understand." A shadow flickered behind her, and just for a moment, I thought I saw a figure, dark and twisted, lurking in the corner. I blinked, and it was gone, but the chill lingered, creeping into my bones. "I do understand," she said, stepping closer. "These demons, they're a part of you. We all have them. You just have to let them out." I felt the tremor of her words echo between us, a truth that both terrified and exhilarated me. The demons we create, the art we manifest, it all sprang from the same well of despair and hope. And yet, as Clara's voice faded into the depths of my mind, the chilling specters began to take shape, swarming around the canvas like vultures circling a carcass. The clock on the wall ticked eerily, each second stretching infinitely, as if the very fabric of time was unraveling. I could sense it. Something dark and ancient was awakening. My heart raced, blood pounding in my ears. In that haunting silence, the walls began to pulse, and I wondered whether the house itself was drawing breath, anticipating what was to come. "I remember," I murmured, eyes locked on the canvas, "the first time I dreamed of them." Flashes of a nightmarish landscape surged through me. A twisted cityscape shrouded in fog, where laughter echoed hollowly through empty streets. I could feel the shudder of those memories, the pulse of fear that coursed through my body. The demons beckoned, their whispers curling around my mind like smoke, promising secrets I could not resist. Clara's voice broke through the haze. "You're losing yourself," she said, her tone a haunting lullaby. "You're letting them in." But hadn't I already? Each stroke of the brush felt like a confession, a release. I could almost hear the laughter of the demons, a cacophony of voices that sang my pain and sorrow. My hand trembled, hovering above the canvas, and in that moment, I became acutely aware of the darkness that lurked within me, flaws and fears woven together into a tapestry of chaos. "Let them out," Clara urged, and I could see it, the glint of madness shimmering in her eyes. "You can't fight the truth." And so I pressed my brush to the canvas, surrendering to the shadows that danced around me. Each movement unleashed a torrent of memories, ghostly fragments that intertwined with the present, creating a swirling tempest of anguish and ecstasy. I felt weightless and grounded all at once, caught in the grip of something greater than myself. But as the figures emerged, grotesque and alluring, I felt the tide of fear rising. I remember the stories, the warnings whispered in quiet voices about the costs of creation. The artist's soul, they said, could become a vessel for demons, an unwilling host to the very nightmares they sought to capture. What if? I hesitated, a cold sweat trickling down my spine. What if I can't control them? The shadows thickened, and the atmosphere crackled with raw energy. Then face them, Clara breathed, stepping closer, her eyes fierce, her heart beating in time with the pulse of the universe. You have to confront what you've created. In that moment, I saw it, the connection between art, dreams, and the demonic. A fragile thread woven through the fabric of existence. The room erupted with chaos as the figures on the canvas writhed, their forms shifting and morphing, breaking free from the confines of the paint. I gasped, stumbling back, the realization slamming into me like a tidal wave. Clara! I cried, reaching for her, but she was lost in the dance of shadows, entranced. The room pulsed with life, an orchestra of chaos, and I felt the darkness coiling around my heart, squeezing tighter, suffocating. In that moment of panic, as the walls seemed to close in, I caught a glimpse of something in the chaos, a fleeting memory, a whisper of my childhood fears. Was this what I had become? A vessel of creation and destruction. The cosmic balance teetered on the edge, and I could feel the weight of my own demons clawing at my soul. Help me, I choked out, the plea a raw wound escaping my lips. But the shadows laughed, a cacophony of voices that promised nothing but despair. Let it go, Clara's voice broke through, a lifeline in the storm. Let them in, or let them out. And in that moment, I understood. Art wasn't just a reflection of dreams. It was a gateway to the abyss. The demons, the shadows, they were not my enemies. They were my truth, my essence, my pain woven into existence. I was left standing on the precipice, trembling with the weight of creation, and as the shadows surged towards me, I felt the first flicker of acceptance ignite in my chest. The canvas still awaited, a blank page for my rawest emotions, a battleground where fears and dreams collided in a dance of madness. Together, I whispered, my voice steady as I plunged my brush back into the chaos, and in the depths of that swirling darkness, we began to create anew. The moon hung heavy and low over the village, casting a silver glow that shimmered like a veil over the sleeping rooftops. Shadows danced in the corners of the narrow streets, flickering ominously, as if teasing the very fabric of reality. I could feel the tension in the air as if the universe itself was holding its breath. Somewhere nearby, a child cried out in the night, a sound so raw it sent chills cascading down my spine. I remember the night I first confronted the dream demon, how my heart raced against the backdrop of such silence, how the shadows seemed to conspire and twist. My fingers, trembling, brushed against the rough wood of the door frame as I stepped into the circle of flickering candlelight. It was there, in the flickering glow, that I met Nia, eyes wide with fear and determination. She was a child of the night, a warrior forged in the fires of her family's legacy, tasked with banishing the darkness that had seeped into her dreams. I can't go on like this, she confessed, her voice a fragile whisper that echoed like thunder in my ear. The nightmares, they haunt me. They claw at my soul. I felt her pain, a palpable thing that squeezed my heart, and yet I was paralyzed, caught in the web of my own memories. The shadows whispered secrets to me, taunting me with the truth I had buried deep. Across the circle stood Lucas, his brow furrowed in determination, the lines of his face etched with history and battles untold. He was the keeper of ancient rites, a scholar of the forgotten. We do not face these demons alone, he declared, his voice a low rumble that sent vibrations through the ground beneath us. Our ancestors guide us. They fought these battles in the dark long before we drew breath. His conviction ignited something within me, a flicker of hope amidst the rising tide of despair. But I remembered. I remembered the night my own dreams had twisted into nightmares, how the shadows had crawled out of the corners of my mind, effacing the light. I had fought and lost, and what remained was a hollow shell of who I once was. What if we fail? I said, each word a weighty stone dropped into the abyss. The question hung in the air, heavy with dread. Nia reached for my hand, her grip fierce, grounding. We won't fail, she insisted, her gaze unwavering. But I could see the tremor beneath her bravado, the flicker of doubt that threatened to swallow her whole. She was a mirror of my own fears, and the connection between us crackled like the static before a storm. The candles flickered violently as the winds outside howled, as if mocking our resolve. I could hear the distant echoes of laughter, children playing, unaware of the demons lurking just beyond the veil of dreams. Their innocence was a cruel reminder of everything I had lost, and the memories came rushing back, unbidden and relentless. I remembered the time when I could sleep without fear, when dreams were filled with light rather than shadows. But shadows, oh, they know how to cling. They infiltrate the most sacred spaces, gnawing at the edges of our minds. The dreams of every culture woven into the fabric of humanity, each one a thread taut with despair and hope. We had learned of rituals from distant lands, the chanting of the Tuvan shamans, their voices rising like smoke, spiraling into the cosmos to confront the spirits that plagued their sleep. I recalled the candles lit in the distant deserts of North Africa, where the old women would weave spells of protection before the sun dipped below the horizon. As I stood in this fragile circle, the weight of tradition pressed upon me, a burden both sacred and suffocating. Lucas moved closer, tracing the lines of an ancient symbol in the dirt, a map of our fears. Tonight, we confront the shadows that plague us, he urged, his voice a solemn vow etched in the air like a battle cry. The only way to banish them is to face them head-on. Tension coiled tightly in my chest as I took a step back, heart racing. I could feel the presence of the dream demon lurking just beyond the edges of the flame, a dark cloud promising torment. The world outside faded, the laughter of children silenced by the impending storm within. The wind howled again, a banshee's wail that threatened to sweep us away. We will not be defeated, Nia proclaimed, her voice cutting through the darkness like a blade. The strength in her words ignited a fire within me. I could see the shadows shifting, writhing, the darkness pulsating like a living thing. They were waiting for us to falter, to give in to the fear that gripped our hearts. But we had the rituals, the chants passed down through generations, the wisdom of those who had wrestled with their own demons. I stood a little taller, my breath steadied as I joined Nia's hands with mine and faced the encroaching darkness. We were not alone, we were a tapestry of souls, entwined in this battle against the eternal night. Together, Lucas murmured, and our voices rose, 3 hearts beating as one, 3 souls entwined against the shadows. The rhythm pulsed through us, and the air thickened with magic, a warmth that defied the chill. And then, just as the darkness threatened to consume us, I saw it, the dream demon materializing, a specter formed of all our fears, our deepest regrets. It loomed above us, grotesque and magnificent, a swirling mass of shadows and whispers. The confrontation was not merely with it, but with ourselves, the ghosts of our pasts clawing at our resolve. I felt the pressure building, the weight of everything I had ever done wrong hanging heavy in the air like an executioner's axe. But through the fear, through the suffocating darkness, there flickered a light, a spark of defiance. I remembered the laughter of children, the warmth of sunlight, the beauty of dreams untainted. We were not just fighting for survival, we were fighting for every dream that had ever dared to take flight, for every soul that had ever faced the night and refused to back down. And in that moment, with the shadows swirling and the weight of the world pressing down, we stood resolute, together, unyielding. The circle pulsed with life and power, and the dream demon recoiled, its form twisting and writhing as our voices rose, forging a weapon of light against the encroaching darkness. This was more than a battle, it was a reckoning, a clash of wills, a testament to the unbreakable spirit of humanity. The shadows may haunt, may whisper, but we would not be silenced. The night was long, but the dawn was approaching. And as we fought, hand in hand, heart to heart, the universe held its breath, waiting for the outcome of a battle as old as time itself. The clock struck 3. Not the soothing chime of a church bell, but a skeletal rattle echoing through the dimly lit apartment. The air was thick with the scent of damp wood and something sour, like forgotten memories rotting in the corners. I stood there, heart pounding, the shadows of the room creeping closer, an intimate dance of fear and familiarity. It was a night when dreams turned into nightmares, and I was caught in the crossfire. Mila stood across the room, her eyes wide and glistening with unspoken terror. "I can't breathe, Liam," she gasped, clutching her chest as if the weight of unseen ghosts pressed down on her. I could see the panic swirling in her irises, a maelstrom of emotions spilling over, clawing at her insides. "It's happening again, isn't it? The dreams are back." I remember the night we first encountered them, the dreams that turned into tangible horrors, a blurring of the line between reality and something far more sinister. The way she had screamed, a sound that shattered the silence, rattled my bones. "Mila, please, it's just a dream," I whispered, willing my voice to sound more confident than I felt. "You have to calm down." But calm wasn't part of this contract. It was a pact with something darker. I could feel the shadows thickening, wrapping around me like an insistent fog, and I knew we were both just a heartbeat away from losing it all. I had my own demons lurking beneath the surface, ghosts of past decisions, regrets that clawed at my skin like barbed wire. The moment I stepped out of that realm, stepping into the mundane world didn't feel like an escape, it felt like the shackle tightening. I remember, Mila's voice trembled. I remember our house burning, the screams. Her gaze drifted to the window, where the moon hung heavy and watchful, a voyeur to our pain. Every time I close my eyes, I see it. The fire consuming everything. And it's not just that. There are faces, shadows in the flames. They want something from me. Her words sliced through me, sharp and relentless. I felt the cold fingers of dread wrap around my throat. I had seen those shadows too, lurking in the corners of my own dreams, their whispers echoing in the chambers of my mind. They beckoned me to join them, to succumb to the abyss. But what lay at the bottom? Fear and a sickly sweet promise of release. "Mila, listen to me," I reached out, but she flinched, pulling away as if my touch was a hot ember. The distance between us was a chasm, deeper than any nightmare. "You're stronger than this. We can figure it out together. You're not alone." My voice cracked under the weight of my own pleading. But who was I to offer comfort? I was a marionette, strings frayed, dangling between urging her to fight and the overwhelming urge to join her in surrender. I could see her unraveling, thread by thread, a tapestry of fears unraveling into the darkness. "What if they take me?" she whispered, her voice barely a breath. "What if I'm never me again?" The room spun. I could almost feel the walls collapsing, the air electrified, humming with the weight of time, every second a reminder of what we could lose. I could see the clock on the wall, each tick loud enough to drown out my thoughts. It felt like a countdown, an impending catastrophe, and yet we stood paralyzed, teetering on the edge of a precipice. "I'm here," I managed to say, though the words felt like ashes in my mouth. "I won't let them take you." But what did I know? I was just a mere mortal, grappling with a cosmic battle I didn't understand. Time felt like an illusion, stretching and collapsing, as if the universe was laughing at our futile attempts to hold it together. I remembered the stories of dreamers, those who sought the truth in their sleep, only to awaken with pieces of their souls missing. "Do you think they are real?" Mila's voice cut through my thoughts, a shiver of hope and despair intertwined. "The dreams, the shadows. Or are they just echoes of our fears? Both, I replied, feeling the words come as a shard of ice. What's real is what they make us feel. It was a truth I had come to loathe, for I too was hunted by phantoms that whispered sweet nothings. I was haunted by a decision I'd made long ago, a choice that left a scar deeper than any physical wound. The atmosphere thickened, charged with something palpable, electric. The shadows danced, fluid and alive, as if they were mocking our plight, teasing us with their presence. I could feel them crawling under my skin, whispering promises of release, of peace. I shivered, chasing the thought away. I needed to be strong for Mila, even if I felt the abyss beckoning me too. And then I saw it. A flicker in the corner of my eye, a silhouette in the darkness. Mila, behind you. I shouted, adrenaline surging through me. But when she turned, there was nothing but the empty room, shadows retreating like a tide. Please, just wake up, I begged, feeling the tremor in my voice. We can't let them win. But the words hung heavy between us, suffocating, and in that moment, I felt it. The pulse of something ancient, something that knew our fears and fed on them. The clock ticked louder, each beat echoing our frantic hearts, as if it were counting down to something inevitable. I remember, Mila began again, her voice breaking like fragile glass. I remember the light, but before she could finish, the room erupted in a shimmering chaos, shadows swirling, coalescing into forms I could almost recognize. My heart raced, pounding a desperate rhythm, as if it too feared the dark. And just like that, we were at the edge of the abyss, both of us staring into the void, two souls intertwined in a dance of fear and defiance. The air crackled with unasked questions, the weight of memories hanging between us like a fragile spider's web. The silence was deafening, a terrible promise of what we still had to face. The shadows whispered, the clock ticked, and the night stretched endlessly before us, a canvas of terror and hope, a reminder that the dreams were far from over. The confrontation loomed ahead, an emotional storm ready to unravel everything. All we could do was brace ourselves and step forward into the unknown, hand in hand. The air hung thick, a shroud of silence cloaking the night, as I stood at the edge of the cemetery. My heart pounded like a funeral drum. Shadows danced beneath the flickering lamplight, twisting and contorting into grotesque shapes, and I felt the weight of unseen eyes upon me. I remember the chill brushing my skin, like a whisper of something ancient and powerful. The moon was a molten eye in the sky, casting a pallid glow over the gravestones, illuminating the tales of love and loss buried beneath the earth. Are you sure it's wise to be here? Sarah's voice trembled, slicing through the stillness like a knife. She clutched her coat tight around her, as if it could ward off the spirits of those who never truly left. Her breath mingled with the frost, creating little clouds that hung in the air, evaporating into nothingness. What if they are watching? Who? I shot back, the irritation in my voice clashing with the rising tide of anxiety within me. The dead. I looked into her wide eyes, searching for the logic in her fear. Perhaps because I wanted to believe it, too. The night felt alive, vibrant with the echoes of stories untold. I could almost hear them. It was just a myth, I told myself. Or was it? The tales of succubi and incubi, those enchanting and terrifying spirits, seducing mortals in the dark. They were the very embodiment of our deepest desires and fears, teaching us the raw truths of humanity, the way we crave connection, yet recoil from intimacy. As I stood there, the weight of their legacy seeped into my bones. Look, we're here because we want answers, I said, softer this time. Not ghosts. Just the truth. My voice quivered, betraying the truth buried beneath my bravado. Maybe I was the one searching for something more, some clarity in the chaos of my life. Sarah's gaze pierced through the fog of uncertainty. She was my closest friend, but she was also a storm, a tempest that raged against the world. Her past clung to her like a shroud, Shadows flickered in her smile, and I could sense the turmoil swirling beneath. She had entangled herself with the wrong people, and now she sought redemption, much like the way those spirits sought the intimacy they could never grasp. I remember, she whispered, her voice breaking the silence once more, the feeling of being lost in someone else's dreams. It was intoxicating. She paused, her face illuminated by the soft moonlight, revealing the vulnerability beneath her bravado. But then, I woke up, and they were gone. Just like that. I felt her pain resonate within me. It was a familiar ache. The ghosts of my past, too, had left me hollow, their whispers reminding me of the love I let slip through my fingers. The warmth of hands held, the comfort of shared laughter, the thrill of connection, these were the echoes of a life filled with light, now overshadowed by shadowy memories. Do you think they regret it? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The succubi and incubi, I mean. Do you think they ache for the souls they took? A shiver ran through me, the tension rising as if the shadows around us were leaning in, eager to hear our confessions. Sarah shook her head, her features twisted in contemplation. Maybe they were just as lost. Maybe they took what they could get and ran. The pain in her words hung in the air, heavy and unyielding. A low growl echoed from the depths of the cemetery, and we froze. The world around us fell silent, every heartbeat reverberating through the stillness. I felt the pull of something, the air crackling with an energy that seemed to hum in rhythm with our fears. This wasn't just about the ghosts entwined with lust and longing, it was about us, our desires and regrets, woven into the same narrative. My breath hitched, the reality of our search crashing down upon me. We were not just seeking to understand the fabric of desire, but also to confront our demons, the lost loves, the misguided passions. We were standing at the precipice of truth, ready to face the darkness that lay just beyond the veil. Do you think they watch us? I asked, my voice thick with dread. Do you think we're just another story for them? I hope not, she replied, her eyes wide, glistening with unshed tears. I hope they find peace. But the silence swallowed her words, and the shadows seemed to shift, eyes glinting in the darkness, watching. A figure emerged, silhouetted against the glowing orb of the moon. It was ethereal, the edges blending into the night, an embodiment of the whispers that hung in the air, seductive and haunting. My heart raced. I felt the primal urge to flee, yet a magnetic pull urged me closer. I turned to Sarah, her face pale, reflecting terror and fascination in equal measure. The figure stepped forward, and the scent of night-blooming jasmine filled the air, a scent both alluring and suffocating. The very essence of longing hung about it, vibrant and intoxicating. Do you fear me? The figure spoke, its voice a melodic echo in the stillness. Each note wrapped around us, binding our hearts and souls in a moment of shared vulnerability. I felt the inevitability of what was to come, a confrontation with desire and despair, an unraveling of the bonds that held us captive in our lives. I remember staring into the depths of those eyes, and for a fleeting moment, I was lost in the promise of connection, the ache of longing. And in that moment, I understood. We were all succubi and incubi, yearning for something beyond the fleeting touch of flesh, a connection deeper than the skin, a solace that evaded us in waking hours. But as the figure lingered, I felt the ground shift beneath me. The shadows were not merely witnesses, they were the very essence of our desires and fears, entwined forever in the dance of humanity. We were on the brink of something profound, a realization that would echo through the very fabric of our existence. The darkness whispered of truths long buried, and as we stood suspended in time, I could no longer distinguish between the living and the dead, the longing and the loss. And then, just as quickly, the moment shattered. The figure dissolved into the night, leaving only the scent of jasmine lingering in the air. The world around us surged back to life, the cemetery returning to its stillness. But I knew we had crossed a threshold. We were marked now, awakened to the haunting legacy of desire, the succubi and incubi woven into the tapestry of our own humanity. Are you ready? Sarah asked, her voice steadying, a challenge hanging in the air. I felt the pulse of her courage, and I nodded, my heart aflame with the bittersweet thrill of the chase. Together, we stepped deeper into the shadows, ready to confront the unknown, the whispers of the past echoing with every heartbeat as we continued our search for truth, for connection, for humanity itself.